Okay, hi and good morning, everyone, or whatever time it is here. Um, we're continuing with our analysis and our response to the essays in the externalization of the hierarchy. We're still working on a piece of writing that was done in September of 1939, and it's a long one. And he's given us in this some sense of ancient Atlantis, which is really remarkable. How it had these beautiful temples, scientific knowledge. It was coordinated and run by members of the hierarchy who were known as priest kings, sanitation, hygiene, means of transportation, air machines of a very high order. We're just groping towards a replication of what they already had. But these were gifts from the hierarchy to millions of people who really did not have the mind functioning, but were entirely emotional and had the astral longing for better conditions as their main psychological feature. Free gift, much as people give today to a child the beautiful and wonderful things which the child uses and enjoys, but which he does not understand in any way. So it's really amazing. The Babylonian temples and the Chaldean remains, they are degenerate remnants, and the modern skyscraper is the child of that which existed at that time. But we can see that the efforts of the lords of materialism was somewhat successful because this civilization had to come to an end, unfortunately. Deeply buried in our subconscious minds, I'm sure, is the memory of our participation in these processes. Those who were from the moon chain, which maybe suggest quite a number of the people who are now disciples and the intellectual group of the modern time, probably had the beginning of the quality of mind, and the earth humanity less so. But all of us were still, I think, very dependent upon the initiates and masters who were walking openly among humanity and who really controlled what was appearing. So it's really quite a picture that he paints here. None of all this, as advanced as it was the result of human understanding, knowledge, or effort. Probably the most advanced from the moon chain were in charge, and even those from a previous solar system. The minds of men were undeveloped and not adequate to such a task any more than is the mind of a little child. So as long as we understand who were the players, who were the participants in this ancient Atlantean civilization, we'll have a better idea of where we now stand in attempting to replicate, to some small measure, all that they had. Of course, there were also difficulties. and abuses carried forward under the impression of the obstructive lords of materialism. And they are still with us today, and the battles that were being fought out then are being fought on a higher turn of the spiral today. There is a great conflict on our planet still between these materialistic forces and those who strive toward the light and love of the soul and to fulfill the will of our planetary logos. We'll go on now. The cleavage between the two groups, the one expressing the forces of materialism and the other the energy of light, the so-called lords of the dark face and lords of the shining countenance, grew gradually wider until towards the close of the Atlantean Age it was so wide, and the lines of demarcation between the two schools of life and thoughts, they are schools, interestingly enough, because I suppose these brothers of materialism, being brothers of unique blindness, as the Tibetan said, have given themselves adequate reasons to defend their intellectual and materialistic position. But it became so wide, this cleavage, this demarcation between the two schools of life and thought. The lines of demarcation between the two schools of life and thought were so clear that a crisis was precipitated in the then civilized world of which the present conflict is the result. We're even told, and I think I've mentioned it, that the leaders in the battle at that time were the same leaders in the Great War that we've just had, especially, I think, the Second World War, which was apparently the outer climax of this conflict, although it still simmers beneath the surface and could erupt with disastrous consequences for humanity and for civilization. Then took place, now they're saying here, when was this war? Towards the close of the Atlantean Age. But we are also told, or it is hinted, that somewhere in the middle, probably under the fourth and fifth sub-races, that this war was occurring. And maybe it occurred over a period of time, but we hear of a great and final battle, and the Mahabharata and the stories of Arjuna, Krishna, and Kurukshetra come from that period. So again, maybe Philip has a good historical sense in his hidden history of humanity, of exactly when this was, but he seems to say towards the close of the Atlantean Age. Well, let's just say that the beginnings of the Aryan Age were present and in a way overlapping. The theory there is that if we're in the fifth sub-race of the fourth root race, then the fifth root race is actually beginning in correspondence to the fifth sub-race of the fourth root race. And so it would go. I mean, we're in the 5 of 5 now, and we're making transition into the 6 of 5, the sixth sub-race of the fifth root race. And sometime in this period will the beginning of the actual sixth root race will show itself and will begin to appear. It's going to be a root race of long duration. The Tibetan hints some 10 million years. That's an amazing thought. Maybe the fifth root race is the root race of shortest duration. That is possible. And then, of course, the seventh root race has to occur, probably when the seventh subrace of the sixth root race is in effect. Okay. So there was, at whatever time it was, whether in the middle of the Atlantean period and a bit beyond the middle or toward the end, a conflict. A crisis was precipitated in the then civilized world, of which the present conflict is a definite effect. Though, that was millions of years ago, or at least a million years ago, or rather more. And even so, it is causative to the emergence of the Great War at this time. Let us also hope that it constitutes a climax, which will never occur again. But, the way the Tibetan speaks here, the possibility does exist. Well, humanity is a warring hierarchy. It's a warring kingdom. The fourth ray is the ray of war, leading finally to harmony. Okay. Okay, a crisis occurred, and DK is saying, let us hope that such a crisis does not again occur. I imagine the masters, the high initiates, they were present in visibility. And I imagine that the lords of the dark face were also present upon the dense physical plane. That is not the way it is now. As a matter of fact, because of certain things that have happened with their energy system apparatus, they cannot even work on the dense physical plane. They work behind the scenes through their representatives. Master Moria details this a bit, the slightly gray ones and the grayer ones leading to the darker ones, leading finally to the Black Lodge. You may see the gray one, but behind it is the Black Lodge, the lords of form, deprived of the light of the soul by voluntary choice. Okay, well then took place the Great War between the lords of form and the lords of being, another way of describing it, or between the forces of matter and the Great White Lodge, the Great War. Now, how many battles were involved? And was Kurukshetra the climaxing battle of it all? They had amazing weaponry, and we don't know all the details. We do know that the Mahabharata includes a narrative concerning that war. But as usual, the time span in the estimation of present historians has been greatly compressed, and the venerable age of that encounter has not been understood. A careful study of Volume 2 of The Secret Doctrine will prove enlightening to students if they will study with particular care pages 275 to 466. And this is probably, we are dealing with the, I suspect, third edition. There is an edition that has 2 volumes. There's the third edition. It seems to have 3. There's a 6-volume set as well. I'm not familiar with all of them, but most of the quotes in the Bailey books, maybe all of them that reference the secret doctrine, have to do with the third edition. So I have read in that section of the secret doctrine, and it's quite a story about the battle, at least one of the battles. Now, there were various floods, the results of the battles, I suppose, or occurring in the same period. And as I said, there was a flood about 800,000 years ago, about 270 or so thousand years ago, and maybe most recently a sinking of Poseidon as maybe 11 to 13,000 years ago, somewhere in there. Widely separated, but the great battle seems to, from my earlier estimation, seem to have occurred in the late middle Atlantean period. To our understanding, the account may seem vague and obscure, but the issues of the time were clear. And, it was like one family fighting with each other, half of them representing the elemental forces of personality, and the other the forces of soul. The forces of light triumphed because the hierarchy was forced to intervene potently, and with the aid of certain great lives extraneous to our planetary life, they brought the Atlantean civilization to an abrupt end after a long period of chaos and disaster. Well, you hear different stories. Here it definitely says the forces of light did triumph in that great Atlantean battle. And yet they were also forced to withdraw, retreat, become esoteric to the eyes of the men of the period, and these men were left more on their own at that time, without the guidance of the hierarchy, or at least the visible, tangible guidance of hierarchy. The forces of light triumphed because the hierarchy was forced to intervene potently and with the aid of certain great lives. We don't know which, of course. Interesting, very interesting. Certain great lives extraneous to our planetary life. They brought the Atlantean civilization to an abrupt end. I guess after a long period of chaos and disaster, and maybe this is the flood or floods. This took place through the medium of a culminating catastrophe which wiped hundreds of thousands of human beings off the face of the earth. This historical event has been preserved for us in the universal legend of the Great Flood, though Blavatsky is clear in letting us know that there were several at different times. Culminating catastrophe which wiped hundreds of thousands. It doesn't mean that the entire land mass of the Atlantean period sunk beneath the waves. It doesn't mean that, because after all, we still have the landmass of the United States, which he tells us was the center of the old Atlantean continent. That's an amazing thought. I've never heard that proposed except in the writings of Master Decay. It's quite dramatic in the Secret Doctrine, the use of hypnotic powers between the two contesting types. and a sleep that was put upon the lords of darkness, and by the time they awoke, it was too late. They could not reach their vimanas, their airships. They could not escape, and they drowned. And probably there's more to this catastrophe than just flooding. And, the chances are, the likelihood is that we all participated in this catastrophe in some way or another, or were at least living in form, incarnating at that time. As I say, one day the film of our many lives will be shown, and hopefully with sufficient detachment we can learn a lot by viewing our cyclic presence over millions of years. All right. Hundreds of thousands. Of course, he also tells us that the Atlantean period was even more populated than our present Aryan population, which is hard to imagine, but this is what is stated. We have billions on the planet now. Did they have billions then? Was the wipeout, as we're looking at it, selective? Or was it a general catastrophe that everyone on the planet could experience? Those who survived are symbolically spoken of in the Bible as those who were saved in Noah's Ark, but notice it is symbolical, and in the ancient writings it is expressed in the following terms. So the symbolism of Noah's Ark should not be forgotten. Of course, sometimes they say it did exist, and it's beached somewhere on a high mountain. Is it Mount Ararat? Something, the remains of Noah's Ark. Always there is a battle between symbolism and literalization. The more concrete the mind, the more it loves literalization, the less likely it is to see things in symbolic form. But there were survivors, obviously, and if you're really talking about a greater population in those days than exists today, then hundreds of thousands would not have significantly reduced that population. But I think we cannot we cannot look at these numbers in some literal sense, and one day we will know the proportions. But here's an ancient writing. It is expressed in this way: like as a dragon's snake uncoils slowly its body, so the sons of men, led on by the sons of wisdom, opened their folds, and spreading out like a running stream of sweet waters, spreading out, and notice sweet waters. So these are those who were saved, and I suppose we're responding to the higher Venus vibration and not just to the lower vibration of Mars. Many of the faint-hearted among them perished on their way, but most were saved. That's just a great episode in the life of humanity. And of course, we all drink of the waters of Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, when we come into incarnation. I think every tradition has its method by which the past is forgotten. I think I've learned here in Finland, in the Kalevala, there is the story of a kind of energy whirlpool in the head, which destroys the continuity, the coherence of previous images relating to previous times. And the initiate is one who has a control over this and can remember. Like as a dragon's snake uncoils slowly its body, so the sons of men, led on by the sons of wisdom, presumably the masters and initiates, opened their folds, and spreading out like a running stream of sweet waters, and here are the dots, that oftentimes conceal what we should not know at this time, or perhaps, as DK said, sometimes the old volumes are so worn that you cannot make out certain words and phrases. Many of the faint-hearted among them perished on their way. Seems like a forced march, with the waters behind them, but most were saved. Now, in the stories of the flood, as appearing in the scriptures of the world, different aspects are emphasized. And those who were saved, are sometimes looked at as chosen people or favored by God and so forth. But the real details of the period, the way in which the initiates and masters knew what would happen and how they prepared the people to migrate and so forth, these things are not reckoned at all. But that's the disadvantage of not understanding occultism. And although DK said it would be many years, a long time before the average person was ready for occultism, there are certain factors regarding the occult worldview which could and should reach the intelligentsia and clarify their way, I would say. Yeah, we're beginning on page 122 here. Okay. Well, this is all regarding the history of the planet. A close study of the tale, and it is, you could make movies out of it, and in a way some movies have been made regarding this. One day, the history is a great story. And if you put it together, it's like the story of God, his story, or the story of the Logos. It's not meant to be either male or female, but the personal pronoun, masculine personal pronoun, is used here. At least it's one way to interpret the amazing tale of the evolving planetary Logos through all of his representatives, all of his emanations, and in the ever-changing lower worlds, where relationships are constantly configured and refigured according to the attempt to replicate the archetypes on the higher planes which reveal purpose. So a close study of the tale as given in the Secret Doctrine will reveal the state of immature development from the angle of our modern standards and of the basically emotional and physical focus of the humanity of the period, the Atlantean period, of course. It will show also man's magical ability to subdue and control subhuman kingdoms and the elemental forces of the planet. I mean, both types of lords possess this, and in many ways, it was far more common knowledge then than is the case now. These are two angles which have been but little studied. Man's magical ability, by an act of magic, it is said that the lords of light arranged that a great sleep fall upon the lords of darkness. And then again, the other way is to subdue and control the subhuman kingdoms. Now that knowledge led to such disaster that it has been certainly withheld from humanity in general during the, at least million years since this occurred. There were various floods during the Aryan period. There are even floods today, but I mean universal floods. But we're talking about a flood toward the close of or the late middle of the Atlantean period. So we're talking about one particular period, which was dramatic in its results, with the lords of the shining countenance prevailing, even though afterwards they decided they must withdraw from outer sight and let man forge ahead through his own capacities rather than be so guided as a parent would guide children. So there are two angles, these two which haven't been studied very much. Those powers were accessible. Now people are struggling for those powers now, but they're not truly developed yet. They will be. And then, of course, we will have our issues in the contest that will occur between the strictly mental and material magicians of the Seventh Ray Age and the white magicians of the heart and soul. Another conflict is coming. Emphasis has, however, been rightly placed upon divine interference and intervention. That's interesting. The hierarchy just had to, if the plan was to be preserved. This, I suppose, humanity could have gone down again in that earlier time to defeat, and the whole project of raising up an individualized race, individualized from the animal kingdom and meant to take its place eventually in the fifth kingdom, it would have been destroyed. So anyway, hierarchy intervened. And I think we can just say here, hierarchy intervened. And by help from above, interesting too that when the intervention took place in the end of 1942-43, beginning of 43, help was drawn from high beings, in this case the Lords of Liberation, and maybe specifically one of them having to do with freedom. Anyway, the Lords of Liberation arranged for a major change of flow in certain types of knowledge, which was being invoked by the destructive powers. And instead, was directed towards those who represented the forces of light. We're by now familiar with that amazing story. But, you kind of wonder, how was the war won? Well, those whose attention is specifically focused on the outer plane and within the personality will give one story. But the esotericists know some deeper causes regarding why the victory occurred. And, without the intervention in Atlantean times of these high beings and of the hierarchy itself, the result could have been disastrous. And the flood of the period, or the destructive circumstances unleashed, were curative. And in our modern times as well, without the intervention of the Lords of Liberation, as DK said, humanity would have gone down to defeat, and hierarchy fully expected it. So he's telling us we have no idea how close the forces of darkness were to victory. And I suppose there will be some harrowing moments in the future when we have to catch our breath as we realize how close was the call. So this intervention succeeded in salvaging an ethically sound minority. The word spiritual would not yet apply except relatively, not spiritual in the sense that we consider spiritual. And, there were some hundreds of thousands that were destroyed. Were all the others saved? Now, it looks like the majority were saved, but when you read this sentence, it sounds like only a minority were saved, and that the evildoers and many others who were not necessarily evildoers were wiped out in the general destruction. So again, we're not sure, but we do know that there was the salvation of what he considers rightly oriented human beings, if not spiritual, then at least ethically sound. Okay. So this intervention saved them, and it succeeded in destroying those who were wrongly focused and oriented, and therefore dedicated to the life of material aspiration and perception. This was, let's look at it this way, a major destruction of materialists, even if not those who, even if they were not the leaders. The leaders too were destroyed, at least their presence on the physical plane was cut short. Now, obviously, the major center of planetary evil is on the astral plane, and it's called, I think in the words of Agni Yoga, it's called Mara Kara, the place of Mara, and Mara is illusion and delusion and glamour and all that tends to conduce to evil and mislead the human being. So we still do have a Marakara, and this is kind of a center of darkness that Madame Rurik heroically breached. I'm always finding that to be an amazing story, how she penetrated into this denizen of evil and assured the attendants there of their coming defeat, and walked out unscathed. Probably it's not something that any of us could pull off, we would not live through such an encounter. But, she was a heroic first-ray soul, and she managed. She managed. So anyway, the leaders were destroyed, and many who were dedicated to a life of material aspiration and perception, and hence maybe the figures here, that only an ethically sound minority was actually saved. The nucleus which was saved formed the basis of our present root race, the Aryan, and therefore you do wonder whether, when did this occur? Was it in the 4 sub 4? It had to have been a very warring time. Was it in 4 sub 5 when initiation and the light began to increase, alarming the lords of darkness? Was it in 4 sub 6, involving the vibration of Mars? In any case, the beginning of the Aryan race occurred at this time, even though the actual Aryan race began about 1 million years ago. Obviously we're not being given the actual figures which are the property of the masters of the wisdom. The whole theme of the Old Testament is built around the development and growth of this nucleus. Now, we also have to remember that the Old Testament is the surviving wisdom of the previous solar system. And that is an amazing thing to think. But it had some kind of codification at the beginning of the Aryan race, apparently. So, there is the true beginning of the Aryan race, and then there is the sort of nascent condition which begins while the previous race is still in effect, and therefore you have an overlapping period. The whole theme of the Old Testament is built around the development and growth of this, what can we say, salvaged nucleus. Symbolically speaking, the inhabitants of the ark and their descendants and the Jewish race stand for the salvaged remnant of humanity, salvaged in spite of themselves and in face of stupendous difficulties by the Great White Lodge. So this is, DK is giving a different point of view here, and you can see that how important this book really is. At least I'm certainly regaining that impression that we must read carefully through even these earlier essays that seem to apply to events which are occurring on the outer plane in bygone times. In other words, we're not just focusing on the war. We are receiving information here that is foundational to our understanding of that war and of its continuing effect, even if it goes, as it were, underground. So the nucleus which was saved formed the basis of our present root race, the Aryan. The whole theme of the Old Testament is built around the development and growth of this nucleus. And yet, of course, he does tell us about the Old Testament and the previous solar system elsewhere. Symbolically speaking, the inhabitants of the ark and their descendants and the Jewish race stand for the salvaged remnant of humanity. Now, obviously, if, as some people suppose, the Jews and the Black Lodge are somehow allied, they would not have been saved. Salvaged, despite their many faults, and in the face of stupendous difficulties by the White Lodge, seeing ahead the need for that salvation and the need to bring together the nomads of the previous solar system with the true inhabitants of Earth and Earth chain in the present solar system. So DK certainly is giving some important perspectives which are not found elsewhere. 2 points warrant attention here. The first and least important from the standpoint of the soul is the disappearance off the earth of practically all signs of the wonderful Atlantean civilization, except for those few archaeological treasures which intrigue and interest modern research workers, plus those dim memories of ancient scientific achievement which lead the modern student to investigation and invention and which incite him to discovery and the production of what we call the triumphs of modern science. Why has there been such a disappearance? Because, the archaeologists of the present day, they scoff at the idea of Atlantis. And yet, from esotericism, we have every indication that indeed it existed, as did Lemuria, and DK speaks of the wonderful, full of wonders, Atlantean civilization. Of course, he also talks about the coming wonders of the New Age. And let's see if there is some kind of replication and even a transcendence. In a way, although we of the present time pride ourselves on our civilization and on our scientific advancements, we are living very much in a dark age compared to what will be unfolded when we break the hold of darkness and limitation and materialism presently upon the vast majority. Dim and ancient memories in the psyches, in the subconscious of the scientists of the present era who probably had a higher type of intelligence within the Atlantean period. So in many ways, the incitement to go ahead and find great possibilities in the present time, this incitement is stimulated from memory and from the past. Okay, now there are 2 points here, right? Okay, so let's try to consider this. The second point is that for the good of humanity, the hierarchy withdrew into the background. Here we have it. Leaving man to find his own way out of the mirage and illusion of materialism in right ways, and eventually to bring an end to the ancient cleavages. War must be brought to its final consummation and expression with a view to its final discarding as a means of arriving at desired ends. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. I think, is there not at the United Nations in New York a statue which features that? I think in various parts of the world that biblical verse is expressed in statuary, various forms of art, and so forth. It is the future, and we are just about at that point, because the Christ will come when there is a degree of peace and sharing, and maybe the sharing has to precede the peace. You know, if you just look at how people are living in the East, let's say India and Bangladesh and Africa, some places, you see such a degradation and such a disadvantaged life compared with what is possible for us here in the West. And there has to be some kind of sharing of our way of life. I was seeing today, the Avaz group is so omnipresent where there are abuses. And here's this woman who, for sport and fun, kills one giraffe after another. And she exults in it. And she says, well, they're only animals, they don't count. There's no law against killing animals. It's like they're something entirely different. And there are people who look upon the disadvantaged groups as, well, they're only that, or they're only this, they're not like us. And so their elevation is not a consideration. Reincarnation, the proving of reincarnation, the acceptance of reincarnation, and this the Christ will teach, is absolutely necessary to begin to consider the future of those people and those animals that are abused. And also the law of karma, realizing that the abuser is put into the role of the one abused so that he or she can learn the lesson of the impact of abuse and be sensitized to it. I mean, we don't know the deep reasons for such a vicious approach to this wonderful animal, the giraffe, or any other animals. But it is horrific, disgusting, horrifying, really, cruel. And we've all been guilty of cruelty, But when you see it in such a blatant form, a woman holding this high-powered rifle above her head in triumph, and the dead giraffe next to her, didn't have a chance. Well, we know that karma makes these adjustments so that we become sufficiently sensitized not to carry out these cruel and disruptive acts which cause great havoc in the harmony of nature and harmony within the human race. Selfishness is a stage, a necessary stage of concentration away from the diffusion of not really knowing who or what one is, but it's a stage that has to be outlived, and certainly this is the time. There are statements about Mars, the planet of selfishness, reaching its high point, maybe in 1946, in relation to Scorpio, something like that, I'm seeming to remember. And we just cannot be affected by the selfish promptings of such a force. It has other uses to encourage bravery and courage on behalf of those actions which must be taken to fulfill the divine plan. But we all have that battle with selfishness, I think. And it's time for the disciples of the world to demonstrate that they are not going to be affected by it, but the selflessness of the Christ is really taking over. And this has to be demonstrated, of course, in humanity. When I see people laying up karma for themselves through thought abuse, verbal abuse, abuse in action of others, of members of the human kingdom, of members of the animal kingdom, and who knows, the plants and the minerals too, a destructive, egotistical attitude. You just see the future taking shape. And you see that, the mills of the gods grind slow, but exceeding fine. We all get ground in the mills of the gods, and we are sensitive eventually, and our hard outer shell, our husk, is crushed, and we are exposed sensitively to the pain of the world and to all the pain which we have caused. And finally, the condition that will lead to harmony, loving harmony, is produced. Well, there are so many abuses, and of course the object is don't hate the abuser. Maybe some of you remember the Star Wars scene where the evil emperor tries to get Luke Skywalker to hate, and by presenting a hateful situation seems to lure him into almost hating, but he doesn't. He refuses hatred. And in any martial arts discipline that is really worthy, the refusal to hate the enemy is of paramount importance, and the code of honor demands it. I mean, one may have to kill, one may have to eliminate, but the factor, it's a matter of duty and not hatred or bloodlust, the taste of blood, or as Master Moria calls it, the bloody clot within the eye. These are the things that have to be eliminated as humanity undergoes the necessary spiritual cultivation. And of course, people like ourselves who know something about it are required to model it. And it's a labor, it's a labor, and one has to be vigilant. One has to be the lion hunting itself, the lion hunting its prey in the cave of self-knowledge and introspection. We cannot allow our evil habits to ever escape our gaze. Now, this is the end of approximately end of 1 hour, and I will maybe 1 minute short or so, and I will continue with the modern era. He has taken us back, at least into Atlantis, into the Great War, into the battle between materialism and spirituality, which has continued and has resurfaced as a tremendous battle today, with the possibility of causing extreme chaos in the race of men, and now regarding the ecological welfare of the planet. Selfishness can destroy the planet. He feels that the capitalistic system per se is selfish, and he gives us the words, which are shocking words. Capitalism has emerged and wrecked the world. Whoa. So there are many, you see people pushing for a fairer mode of distribution, and the selfish people resist it violently with all kinds of idealistic platitudes, and you wonder whether they believe them or not. Anyway, so we are in danger, indeed, of wrecking the world in many ways. And we're told by the prophet Amos that we may die in a polluted land. Now we have to turn all of that around, and we have to work interiorly to make sure we can turn it around with great intensity of purpose and focus. We have to work interiorly. That doesn't mean that we cannot lay our hand to correct what is within our range of possible correction, but it is the power of our meditation together, the power of the triangles, the power of goodwill, the power of the will to good eventually, which can turn this around and save humanity and the planet from a very dire, long-lasting retrogression. Okay, let's go on into the modern era. Okay, everybody, let's move forward. It says, now we're moving from the ancient days to the modern period. And we've seen here that the remnants of the wonderful Atlantean civilization are very hard to find. The disappearance off the face of the earth of these, and maybe a few treasures of an archaeological type. And the second point, warranting attention, hierarchy withdrew to the background and let humanity begin to work out its own problems. A very slow way in a way, but more stable in the long run. The modern era. I would like to pause here and remind you of one or 2 points which should be recognized as we approach the modern era, in which all these culminating effects are taking place. Let me state them concisely and clearly. The lines of cleavage between materialism and spirituality, as we now understand the terms, not necessarily in the way they were understood before. Remember, there was ethical soundness, but not really spirituality among those who were salvaged from the great catastrophe. The lines of cleavage have become increasingly clear. 2 things have tended to bring this out. First, the pronouncement of the 10 Commandments, whenever they really were pronounced, there's a dispute on the antiquity of these commandments, and they might be much older than seemed to be the case when we consider usual Bible scholarship. But anyway, the pronouncement of the 10 Commandments, these, though negative in their form and dogmatic in their attitude, have made the issues and the required attitudes adequately clear. Well, if we're talking about the duration of the Aryan Age, we talk about a million years as if it were not a great length of time, but it's a huge length of time. And whether or not these were pronounced really in Atlantean days, pronounced by Moses, more recently, maybe that does not make so much difference. Owing to the relatively low stage of the universal human intelligence at the time that they were given, for the Bible dates are not correct, and the date of their pronouncement is far older than is thought. Okay. Well, there it is. Far older. They were expressed by the formula, thou shalt not, thus turning human attention to the material expression of material tendencies. In days to come, the Ten Commandments will be expressed in a reverse form, of which the Sermon on the Mount and the Beatitudes are the embryonic form. Well, who was Moses? Maybe some 5,000 years ago, or maybe it was more like 4,000 years ago. We hear that the Hebrew group invaded the land of Canaan as the promised land, and wandering in the wilderness. This is what they did first when expelled from Egypt. How long ago was that? So this would be most interesting to straighten out the errors in the biblical narrative. It just seems like a few thousand years according to the biblical dates, but apparently, well, how far back? That's the question. Okay, so they are clearer. The lines of cleavage between materialism and spirituality, and we could almost say between good and evil as far as humanity is concerned, have become increasingly clear. Okay, secondly, the hierarchy withdrew in order that humanity, on reaching maturity and years of discretion, should not be handicapped and hindered by coercion and undue safeguarding, but should express its major divine characteristic. It's a bit like, well, you know how it is when you're trying to teach a child to ride a bicycle and maybe the training wheels are gone, and you're running alongside, I've done this, holding onto the bike to make sure that there's no little accident there, and suddenly you let go and the child continues to pedal. It seems okay. You let them more be on their own. You let them be on their own. And they feel a certain sense of happiness about being able to exert their own abilities. But okay, the hierarchy decided, given the paths to which things had come, that it was time for humanity to more responsibly work out its own destiny. It should express its major divine characteristics. Of these, free will and the discriminating use of the mind are the outstanding qualities. Now, this may seem like it was a slower way, but in the long run, probably a faster and more stable and dependable way to advance human evolution. There was no free will in Atlantean days. It requires the mind, doesn't it? There is a tendency to free will, note that term, today, a tendency, and we call it liberty and independence, freedom of thought, and the right of the individual to determine the issues which control or should control the group of which he is a part. Voting, democracy, not a straight dictatorship. I think we were in the era of the emperors in Rome. We were not having voting, per se. It was something else that had taken the place. Maybe there was never a complete democracy, maybe more in Greece there was. But anyway, in Atlantean days, no free will. And there is a tendency now, and apparently we don't yet have it. Okay. So, apparently, free will does not yet exist. And we call this liberty, independence, freedom of thought, self-determination, and so forth. These are all attributes and qualities of free will, but not the divine principle of free will per se. And of that we know but little. It's amazing how little of the divine will, or of the nature of will in general, DK suggests that we have. In our possession, very little. Only the disciples of the world and the initiates know the true significance and implications of freedom of choice. It's done in Libra under Saturn, as it were, and there's a tendency in that direction. So only the initiates and disciples know the true significance and implications of freedom of choice and the right use of the will, and this because they are motivated by group good and the need of the majority. Right. The test to which humanity was to be subjected, and which is today the controlling factor, was whether, given mental development and knowledge, think of the fifth sub-race of the fourth root race, it could consecrate that knowledge and its scientific and mental attainment to group good or to selfish ends, to material issues or to spiritual incentives and impulses. So, an ability existed, how would it be used? Because mind was nascent, mind was just emerging as a capacity. The possibility of self-determination among the higher types began to emerge. How would they use it? The ancient conflict has now been carried through into another field of human expression, that of the mind, and as the race has progressed and the personalities of human beings have reached a high stage of integration and achievement, the conflict has become acute, the issues clearer, and the ranging of the opponents into two clearly defined groups is now so complete that the final struggle has become possible. Well, it sounds like in this modern era we are engaged in a final struggle, well, temporarily final. The judgment day has yet to come, but a struggle between materialism and spirituality on a higher turn of the spiral, and the issues can now be more completely understood because of the development of the mind and the knowledge of the mind. The ancient conflict has now been carried through into another field of human expression, that of the mind. And as the race has progressed and the personalities of human beings have reached a high stage of integration and achievement, The conflict has become acute, the issues clearer, and the ranging of the opponents into two clearly defined groups is now so complete that the final struggle has become possible. Well, now remember 1939, this is written. And maybe from a certain perspective, the impending struggle could be thought of or hoped to be the final struggle. Of course, it still seems to continue underground. We don't have a world war that is a shooting war, but we have a world war still between these opponents. The third aspect and the second, materialism and spirituality. Intelligent appreciation of the situation and a general capacity to present to the mind the underlying conditions has now been achieved by the bulk of intelligent people upon the planet, and though the point of view is necessarily colored by national traditions, inherited ideas and policies, as well as by environmental control and bias, the race has gone a long way towards its final emancipation. Now, this is still predating the horrors of World War II. We have to realize that. We can think about it, though. We can think about the issues and not just feel them or emotionally support some ideal which is ranged on one side or another. If you just, you watch the press at work, we see how the news is delivered over the internet. And there's just many, many thinking people offering their opinion, including the opinion of the man in the street, as it were, who is also interviewed about what he thinks to be the case and why. So indeed, we have come a long way towards emancipation from these previously rigorously conditioning factors. The mind is at work. There is therefore a certain measure of free will displayed. You cannot have free will without the activation of the mind. And this constitutes an entirely new factor and a most satisfactory development. We have to understand how they see things and what they consider to be progress. It's not just the winning of one battle or one skirmish. It's an ongoing developmental contest between two tendencies, the issue of which has not yet been decided, but eventually it will necessarily be decided on the side of spirituality. That is inevitable, but the time equation, as always, is much affected by humanity's choices. He says, but I would remind you of a most important point, and that is that the masses of the people, the middle classes, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat, I use these words in their general sense and simply because of their significance and meaning. So, we're looking here not at the elite, but there are, intelligent people found at least, well, in all of these groups, I suppose, but especially in the first and second group. The masses of people are still victims of authority, of control, and remain relatively unthinking and childlike. Yeah. So education, the training of the mind, the pervasive training of the mind, although it can have some dangers associated with it, is an imperative, so that demagogues, even such as are emerging today, cannot sway the unthinking, ideologically committed individual, one who has not risen to the power to think for oneself. Demagogues there are now, and it is frightening to see how many people within humanity still respond to those age-old methods of emotional control. So anyway, the majority here of these three areas, the middle classes, the bourgeoisie, the proletariat, are still victims of authority, of control, and remain relatively unthinking and childlike. Well, that has to constitute a great majority, doesn't it? And so we understand why there is a strong tendency towards retrogression within humanity. This means that the true conflict is between a small minority to whom the issues are illuminatingly clear. Are we among those? And who have definitely ranged themselves on the one side or other of the embattled forces. The true conflict is between the small minority to whom the issues are illuminatingly clear, of course, in the masses of human beings controlled by the mass consciousness and by great thought forms which constitute really illusion and glamour. They have to counter those wide-ranging tendencies among the majority of human beings. So the conflict, true conflict, is between the small minority to whom the issues are illuminatingly clear and who have deliberately ranged themselves on one side or other of the embattled forces, hopefully on the side of good. A mere handful of men, the direct descendants, or rather the reincarnations of the leaders in the ancient Atlantean conflict, are now on Earth. A mere handful of men, the direct descendants, or rather the reincarnations of the leaders in the ancient Atlantean conflict, are now on Earth, directing the forces of light or of darkness, and are bringing into being a direct lineup of millions of men whose will is that of their leaders. Well, we see the conflict is not completely won. There was a prevailing of the forces of light in Atlantean times, but also a withdrawal, because it was thought humanity was entering a new period, or at least had to, a period of more conscious self-determination. So the thinkers are not necessarily aligned with the good. The members of the Black Lodge are very intelligent, and they have developed the concrete mind to heights which DK tells us are unimaginable to us. So the reincarnations of that manifest, let's say, as a Roosevelt, as a Churchill, as a Hitler, as a Stalin. These reincarnations are with us. And sure enough, they resume their position as directors either of darkness or light, of the mobilization towards darkness or towards light. I guess these people stand out in their ability to sway their nation or series of nations, whether for good or for ill. The lines of cleavage have grown steadily until now they can be expressed in terms of a humanity which is oriented towards the higher spiritual and altruistic values and whose keynotes are sacrifice, group good, and world understanding, and those whose focus is predominantly material and whose aims are selfish, animated by ambition and the spirit of acquisition. Okay, let's separate those and have a distinction. And I'm sure, that when we think about it, we align ourselves with this orientation towards the higher and spiritual and altruistic values, towards sacrifice of the lesser, towards group good and world understanding. And we can see how much of politics is very much against these higher tendencies. And those whose focus is predominantly material and whose aims are selfish, animated by ambition and the spirit of acquisition, they don't see it yet, that's for sure. It was the acuteness of this situation and the wide extent of the cleavage which induced the watching hierarchy to permit a direct inflow of the Shambhala force, in spite of its attendant risks, to pour into the world. The remarkable distancing of the 2 points of view from each other, again, the Christ force, bringing not peace, but the sword of discrimination, so we can, in fact, assess clearly what are the issues and the consequences. Notice that everything is not always sweet and easy in the realm of hierarchy. Risks are taken. And if we cling too closely to the form, we shall be very frightened and disappointed in the outcomes, even if the outcomes are good. So we have to have a sense of spiritual values and learn what is primary and what is secondary. Obviously, the form is secondary, and as DK has reminded us, there are worse fates than the fate of the relinquishing of the form or death. Far worse. He told us of the static imprisonment of the spirit of the consciousness in an unchanging body or an unchanging civilization, and how terrible that would be for the real progress of the true human being. So anyway, in this allowing of the direct inflow of the Shambhala force. I guess we call them now Shambhala impacts, 1825, 1975, the year 2000, and who knows what else is coming. The objective was to stimulate the free will of the masses. There would be uprisings then, would there not? The result upon them has been relatively good, as it has led to the formation and expression of the great world ideologies, fascism, democracy, and communism, as well as that peculiarly distorted blend of fascism and communism, which goes by the name of Hitlerism or Nazism. Interesting that communism, which the Nazis professed so much to hate, is part of their ideological orientation. There's certainly a leveling and a following of the state. Fascism itself is based upon punishment by the elite of lesser human beings who are committing errors and who are going against the laws of the state. In Roman times, there were those punishers who carried sticks and hatchets and, sort of a fasci, sort of a collection of tools of punishment, and they were free to punish anyone they thought to be in violation, a bit like, the religious police that we find in certain of the Islamic countries. They can determine on their own who is to be punished, assuming that they have the understanding and discrimination to do so. All of these ideologies are fostered by the desire of the masses for the betterment of the condition in which the populace in any country lives, and it has become focused, expressive, and creative by the force of the Shambhala influence. Now, this is interesting that from the masses themselves, the rising of the ideologies has occurred. Of course, then there were the leaders noting these trends who would take advantage of the Kama monastic orientation of the masses. And the Shambhala force hardened these tendencies into ideological dogma, you might say, and backed them up. A first-rate force, codifying, strengthening the different ideological tendencies. Of course, in a latent sixth-ray age, there is still the tendency for the idealisms to fight with each other and not to see any residual value in the other ideological point of view. And that's where we are today. I mean, we have a number of ideologies, some of them religiously oriented, who just dismiss any value that might appear in other ideologies ruled by different ray tendencies. But another result of this inflow of the will to power from Shambhala has been to stimulate a certain group of outstanding personalities in many lands so that they have assumed control of the masses and can determine the policies, methods, religious, political, and social of the different nations. For good or for ill, Maybe we think of Franco. Maybe we think of Ataturk. We certainly think of Hitler. We think of Mussolini. We think of Stalin. We think also of Churchill and Roosevelt and of certain leading dictatorial figures in pre-war Japan. Of course, by the time this was written, Japan had already exercised its predations upon China. We think of Mao. There are some outstanding, powerful personalities who are so stimulated by the Shambhala force that they can rise to the top and take control as the fearless leader, the Führer, the Duce. And of course, it's a six-ray attitude that produces them because people are giving the power of their thought and self-determination over to another. It's a lack of confidence that the masses have, and they turn it over to someone who is an authority figure, a father, even a mother figure, as we've seen in Argentina. So people have to reclaim the center of their own consciousness and not seek to be led by some parental figure who is infallible or some infallible God. In every nation, a relatively small group of people decide all the important issues and determine all major national activities. This they do either by force, terror, and deception, or by persuasion. Persuasion is more likely found in the democracies, force, terror, and deception in the dictatorships, or maybe in the oligarchies, rule by the elite moneyed class. Deception is oftentimes used. We see that even now in the politics of the United States and in the politics of the UK, and no doubt it's happening in Russia as well, but maybe our knowledge of the politics of these two English-speaking countries is greater, at least for people like ourselves. So in every nation, a relatively small group of people decide all important issues and determine all major national activities. That can be frightening, of course, depending upon the quality of the person determining. This they do either by force, terror, and deception, or by persuasion, fair words, and the application of ideological motives. Of this situation in the world, the lords of destiny are availing themselves in order to bring the ancient conflict to an end and so enable humanity to pass into the new Aquarian age, relatively free and with a clearer understanding of right human aims, right relationships, and man's predestined future. So the ancient conflict is being shepherded to an end by great beings. And we are living in these ending times. Now, some people think it's simply the destruction of the planet, but it certainly is the destruction of the Piscean civilization and many of its limitations, although its best values can be inherited into the Aquarian civilization. So, the Lords of Destiny sound like they are shambolic in nature, because we do hear of monadic destiny, and the monad is that part of ourselves which is, in a way, resident within the higher worlds of Shambhala. It will serve no purpose for me to trace the relation of the present world conflict and the present world leaders to the conflict and the leaders in Atlantean times. It would be interesting, though, wouldn't it? And maybe misleading or taking us off the track, but it would be interesting to see what it is that makes such a leader. It will serve no purpose, he says. Suffice it to say that many of the same personalities, and by that, sometimes he doesn't mean the isolated personality, he means also, in the case of the defenders of light, soul-infused personalities, not just personalities. Suffice it to say that many of the same personalities on a higher turn of the spiral are again playing their various parts in the great drama, and to think that this could have been sustained as a tendency for millions of years, maybe 4 million years, maybe 3 million, is an amazing thought. It is no service to you and to your mental grip upon the situation for me to emphasize the details of that great war and its modern correspondences, but it does, doesn't it, whet one's appetite to discover causally the causal chain, which has led to the present world standoff between materialism and spirituality. It is of no value for me to compare the old methods and the modern usages whereby one side or the other carries forward the struggle for supremacy. You are in no position to verify what I have to say or to check the accuracy of my statements. The point which is, however, of major importance is that for you to arrive at a clear understanding of what is at stake and a just appreciation of the values involved, and also a correct grasp of the ideals animating the two groups of opponents. So here is this listing of that which is of no value, however interesting it might be, because basically, he's saying, because you cannot verify it, you would become credulous, you would fall the victim of credulity and be unconvincing to others and maybe sidetracked. We're not in any position to really verify what he has to say, but certainly we do have the kind of trust that comes from years of reading and observing and working with his suggestions. There's no question that he deserves our trust. What is the point then? That we should arrive at a clear understanding of what's at stake now and a just appreciation of the values which have to be preserved. Remember, the preservation of values is the goal of the initiate on the first ray. And before my computer collapsed recently, I had an Alice Bailey method of arriving at an underlined section. But let's just see again. Just for fun, the rays and initiations, page 507. And here it is, normally in highlighter, but That whole highlighted text just disappeared on me. That can happen. The preservation of values is the task of the initiate of the first ray. The attainment of positivity is the goal of the initiate on the second ray, and then the active nature of the third, and so forth. All of these described. But it's described in such a way that it's sometimes difficult to disentangle. And notice we're dealing with initiates. And then we have to define these words. Now, so far in the section we've been considering, the discussion of values is prominent. The positivity of the second ray, the mobility of the third, the conflict and harmonization of the fourth, the vision of the sixth, the application of the fifth, and he puts them in reverse order, and then the final consummation of the seventh. A very valuable paragraph from this book belonging to the Master's archives. And if we ever become initiates, which inevitably will be the case, we have to know what our task is. Even right now, knowing your soul ray, if it's the first ray, it's the preservation of values. If it's the second ray, it's achieving positivity, a term which has to be meditated on at length. The positivity, I think, is the triumph of the soul over the negative personal elemental tendencies, and it is a form of radiation, analogous to the radiation of the sun. We have to let our light shine, and we have to be souls in incarnation. And for that, in a way, the sun is the great symbol. Okay. So the really important thing here is not all the fascinating little tidbits and details that can arrest the attention, but the clear understanding of the issues involved and how much is, as they say, at stake. So much is at stake now, really the future of humanity in the short term, but it might look like a very long term to us. 300 years is a long time, and thousands of years much longer. And also of value for us to know a just appreciation of the values involved, and also a correct grasp of the ideals animating the two groups of opponents, because they both have ideals. The monad, too, has ideals. It is a lord of ceaseless and persevering devotion, and it's idealism that sends it again into the lower worlds redemptively. I would say, work in the labors of Hercules to see when it is that the monad is the source of the directive and stimulation, and the much more frequent instances when the soul is the impulse or the impulsing agent. In Atlantean days, it was stated that the battle was between the forces of darkness, the so-called Black Lodge of Adepts. I think he prefers other terms, and the forces of light. But we are given those other terms. It's interesting. Through a piece like this, different names are given to the Black and to the White Lodge, Lords of Form, and what was that one that was just appearing a little earlier. I probably, it's going to be difficult to find, I think. Well, here we have one example, lords of form and lords of being. I had never heard the term lords of being to be applied to the lords of the shining countenance and the lords of what spirituality. I had not heard of these. And he is peppering the text with examples of different perspectives upon them. I think he prefers the term Black Lodge the least because it's sort of melodramatic, and of course it has, nothing to do with the way races seem to be divided today into white and black and yellow and red and so forth. It's not that at all. It has to do with what happens to consciousness, whether it expands spiritually or is confined by form. Okay, so let's go on a little further. We're almost to that point where we have the 2-hour, well, I can't call it a break, not really a break. Okay. Lords of Destiny. Lords of Destiny seem along the line of Shambhala and of the divine and spiritual. So let's just say it is not thought that this conflict must forever be present with us. No. Now again, in later days and in millions of years, there will be a judgment day and there will be a tremendous battle, the likes of which we cannot fathom, and it will involve war upon the higher planes, but in that respect, we need not consider it overly much now. We just know that the sheep and the goats will be separated, and the goats under Capricorn will remain on our planet, and all those upon our planet will be at least on the path, whether aspirants or disciples or even initiates of the 6th or maybe 7th degrees, all the way. So, as I had said before, in Atlantean days, it was stated that the battle was between the forces of darkness, the forces of form, the lords of form, the so-called Black Lodge of adepts, and the forces of light, the so-called Great White Lodge, reflecting the lodge on Sirius, and we're calling this the hierarchy of masters. That was then approximately true, for the conflict was between two small groups, and the masses of the people were simply the blind and miserable victims of the fight and of the situation. And I think, we probably have some latent memory of being the miserable victims of this great battle. Even in the Second World War, so many of those killed were the innocent bystanders and not the actual troops, which were numbered far less than the people. So this was the battle, and now, in these days when films have become so imaginative, we have had film representations of that kind of conflict between, as they say in Star Wars, between the dark side of the Force and the light side of the Force. The Force being the great energy. There's quite a teaching in that designation. Today, it is not possible to make such a clear distinction between the forces engaged, nor is it properly admissible. I mean, people may do it, but it's not really, from the hierarchical perspective, admissible. We could see the distinctions maybe easier among the divisions of people in the earlier time. No nation or group of nations can be classed in a broad generalization as either black or white, so bear this in mind. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Only those with no vision and an intolerant and prejudiced spirit will speak thus. This nation is all good. This nation is all bad, in an indiscriminate way, lumping people together. But no, there's been such a pervasive distribution of all the different orientations in all the different nations. All nations have within them those who belong in their thousands to the category of those who are swayed by the forces of light and who therefore respond normally and easily to the concept of goodwill, to the desire for right relationship between all men, and to the ideal of true international and world understanding. In all nations, there are those to whom this position, makes no appeal at all, and they are still in darkness and blinded to the true issues. This is a statement of fact. So, here, so many people in America, let's just say they pride themselves in being the land of the free and the home of the brave. Do I get that correct? In the national anthem. And yet one of the points in the triangle of evil is found within the United States and probably in the eastern part of the United States, maybe around New York, where it can be supposed that the Christ will have a great point of anchorage when at last there is a clearing and he sets up his headquarters, hence the fight. Those who seek to see the establishment of goodwill and understanding are in the majority, but are, as I pointed out in the earlier writings, relatively futile to control the situation as yet, or to force their leaders to follow the mass will to good. So in fact, the numbers are there, but it is not yet possible for those numbers to work effectively to counteract the forces of materialism. I think Master Moria warned against the time when the air would become so thick with gold, symbolically, that men could not breathe even. So they are either inspired or protected by the hierarchy of light, and it is with them that the task of stimulating the free expression of this goodwill must be carried forward when the conflict ends. Now he's speaking, the conflict had just begun when he was speaking, 1939. So everywhere we find the good and we find that which is reactionary and retrogressive and backward looking. Obviously, we seek to range ourselves on the side of progress. And we seek to move forward rapidly now, if we can, because there has been so much delay due to mistakes humanity has made and due to planet-wide disaster occurring on the moon chain. As I've said before, And DK has said we are supposed to be of equal developmental attainment to Venus, and we are far from it. All right. So we have reached, this is the end of hour 2. And we will continue shortly. I'm making these longer programs while I can, and I hope they're not too much of a burden to you. All I suggest when you're playing them on one of your video players, you just make note of where you are in the sort of chronometer of hours and minutes, and just slide the indicator to that point when you want to begin again. It should be quite easy. So we're seeing the effects of that ancient war, that ancient division, the effects of that ancient attack upon the divine plan and upon the growing of the light. Master Moria calls these negative types the dark extinguishers, and they try to put out the light wherever they can. Interesting about Nazism that it would have produced the most materialistic civilization that mankind has yet experienced. And DK tells us this. So we're trying to make Earth a great station of light and have it move towards sacredness, and each one of us has our little task to perform in this. But we need to understand the foundations, not just be a sort of a willing warrior in some kind of battle about which we feel strongly, but really understand the antecedents and how our present situation came to be. And with that point of view, he is providing us. Be right back. Okay, let us continue here. We've been talking about a group in which goodwill is pervasive, and they are the majority. But they are weak, relatively futile, DK says, and they are either inspired or protected by the hierarchy of light, and it is with them that the task of stimulating the free expression of goodwill must be carried forward when the conflict ends. And of course, it did end 6 years later, at least on the physical plane, even if the tide turned in 1942, late 42 and early 43. Okay. Yeah, the two different groups, but sometimes no hard and fast distinction. And no nation is entirely free of the negative factors. Now here, he deals with the negative factors. As for the other group, they are those who through inclination, lives of selfishness, as DK has pointed out with respect to the Nazi group, or ancient karma, are the descendants of the lords of darkness. Now, what does it mean by descendants? Those who maybe represent that point of view. Their actions and ideals make possible the activity of the forces of materialism. Okay. And here he would have us, I would have you note that phrasing. Even the most dangerous of them are nevertheless conscious of some form or another of idealism, but they are misguided and full of response to the will to power, power upon the physical plane, through the medium of form activity. Now, I wonder if he's speaking about, as well, about what he later called Hitler and his evil gang. Okay, well, there are all degrees of darkness, grayness shading into darkness until we reach the point where we're talking about the 12 leaders of materialism in the West and 12 in the East, 6 in the East, 6 in the West, of which those in the East are the most powerful because most experienced. Okay. It is my impression that Hitler had a 6th-ray personality. At first, I think I was incorrect, thinking it was 4. I had reversed Churchill and Hitler. I think Churchill is the one with the 4th-ray personality, 1st-ray soul. Hitler with the 6th-ray personality and 1st-ray soul. So that someone like that would have some form of idealism, I think is true. And when the wife of Reinhard Heydrich was questioned after his death, and much later, she thought of her husband as someone who tried to do good. And he himself, I think, was animated by a very selective and cruel idealism, but it was idealism nonetheless. So even the most dangerous of them are nevertheless conscious of some form or other of idealism, but they are misguided and full of the response to the will to power, power upon the physical plane through the medium of form activity. Now, the Tibetan became more and more severe in his analysis of the group as the war went on. In the beginning, I think he tried to speak in such a way as to reduce the possibility of a still greater terror in the war, and to reduce the possibility of active hatred towards those individuals. Okay, well, all this is stimulated by the inflow of the Shambhala energy. They were, Hitler and his group were appropriators of the Shambhala energy, and this in a negative and personal manner and without love. Because of these reactions and tendencies, they constitute focal points for those lives and energies which are inherent in matter itself and whose influence and work are dedicated to the preservation of the form and of that which is. So this is the tendency of those representatives of the forces of form. Now that is anti-evolutionary in the sense that evolution must proceed towards the expansion of consciousness and not the preservation of the form that is. They endeavor constantly to negate the new and to hold back the evolution and development of the human consciousness. Well, there it is. There it is, exactly, precisely. And sometimes we may see in ourselves and in our associates small tendencies which are inherent in us and which also do not greet the new in a welcoming way. But then it takes a lot of self-examination to ferret out these reactionary tendencies within our own psyche and that of others. Forget not that the real issue is in the field of consciousness, and that the struggle is between form and the life within the form, and between progress leading to the liberation of the human spirit, finally in the higher initiations, and reactionary activity leading to the imprisonment of the human consciousness and the restriction of its free expression. This tells you exactly what the battle is all about, and it's not over. There are those who do not want to, at this time, liberate the human spirit whatsoever, and they're keeping a huge majority of people on our planet in a kind of slavery, economic slavery, environmental slavery. I guess the two go together. In the West, we might think there's not so much difficulty, but if we just allow ourselves to see what is happening in other places, I just noticed today, I know it's going to be a passing thing, but in Venezuela, the leader will not allow aid into the country, and the people are starving. He doesn't want to admit that his country needs that kind of support, but I think the food will somehow come in. But just to think that an attitude of pride overlooks the real need of millions. I would pause here and solemnly beg you not to make the lines of cleavage wider by placing yourself and all who follow your form of ideology upon the side of the forces of light and all other people and their ideologies with which you may not agree upon the forces of darkness. Well, there is that peculiar and childish tendency. I have seen it. And we don't look towards the idealism of others with a generous eye. There may be something there that is of value. And so superficial disagreements develop into statements that, I represent the forces of light, and they are obviously representing the Dark Lodge. Of course, that is glamour. The issue is, in the last analysis, the right to express the will to good, the right to express human relationships, untrammeled by territorial barriers and national habits of thought. It involves the right and the felt necessity to shew love to all beings and thus stamp out all hate and separateness. These are going to be powerful statements here. It concerns the right of all nations to live at peace with their neighbors and harmoniously with each other, and to express the true and subjective synthesis of humanity and not place national possessions, frontiers, culture, power, and ambition before the general good and the happiness of the world of men. This is the real and underlying issue. So this is a very important statement. It has to do with what should be, and we can study it. It's not a question of childishly looking at all other ideologies than one's own as being a representation of evil. I'm going to read this again. The issue is, in the last analysis, the right to express the will to good, the right to express human relationships untrammeled, that is, unchained, untrammeled by territorial barriers and national habits of thought. It involves the right and the felt necessity to show love to all beings, and thus stamp out all hate and separateness. It concerns the right of all nations to live at peace with their neighbors and harmoniously with each other, and to express the true and subjective synthesis of humanity, the true and subjective synthesis of humanity, and not place national possessions, frontiers, culture, power, ambition before the general good and the happiness of the world of men. So it's about, it's about the part and the whole. Our false sense of identity comes from the partiality of our perception, and people's nationalism is exactly that. Egotistically, they place their nation above all others because they have a narrow point of view and do not see the contribution that other nations can make. They're not interested in it, and they summarily dismiss the value of other groups. Going back to that war on the verge of which this was written, the philosophy of the master race was there, and the Untermensch, the lower forms of human life, meant to be slaves or exterminated. It's an idea straight out of the Black Lodge, I'm sure one can see. All the national challenges and patriotic calls are simply the attempt of the leaders everywhere to hold the people to a particular line of thought and action. Aquarius is the sign of universality. And if we apply that on our planet, we will not be able to find ourselves fixated upon the virtues of one small part of the whole. Aquarius is an inclusive sign, and we understand that when we look at Jupiter as the spiritual or esoteric ruler of Aquarius. It's extraordinary that people can be so satisfied with the part and not want to take in the whole. But then, of course, to take in the whole breeds humility, and it reduces your own sense of importance. It increases your sense of vulnerability, and that increases the sense of annihilation, possible annihilation. And annihilation increases the thought that you may just disappear. And there's something about that which the human spirit resists. To make the world safe for democracy, to gain room to live, Lebensraum, to defend the rights of little nations, to preserve the balance of power, to meet force with force, to restore ancient and historical boundaries. There we have, I think, what has happened in Israel and is the issue there. To impose some culture deemed desirable, to prevent economic destruction, to conserve national stakes and interests are all the talking points of the leaders today. Well, that's it. Let's just consider for a moment, how people are speaking about the need for mobilization, the need for wars. I think we just had a period in the United States when it was all about imposing democracy on cultures that just were not mature enough to accept democracy as it is known in the Western nations. They were too tribal in their thinking. And of course, the Lebensraum issue is just greedy, grasping for more territory and the natural resources to be found in such territory, regardless of any rights of those who live there already. And on, some of these not too bad, but some of them worse. But there are all kinds of excuses that are used in order to perform actions which are basically separative within the fabric of humanity, tearing it apart. And these are the talking points. We've had this recently. No people from such countries can come into this country. We have to build a wall to prevent immigrants from entering illegally. This is exactly against what the Tibetan has said is necessary. That the passports and the visas and all of that and the boundaries eventually be eradicated and free flow of peoples allowed. Well, I think, maybe humanity has to undergo some kind of education to make that possible, because there are those who have today, well, it's just obvious, it's been happening, warlike motives, murderous motives, and that has to be reduced greatly. But this is the esoteric ideal that he puts forward, and there's no gainsaying it. This is what he says. Whether it's against one's politics or not, this is what he says. But the real issue is the intangible one of direction. Which way will humanity go? And, well, that was 1939. There's been a temporary victory. But the question is still hanging. Which way will humanity go? Will it go the way of selfishness, expressed in a willingness to act always in the interests of all, thus promoting world understanding? Oh, this is selflessness, I'm sorry. Will it go the way of selflessness, expressed in a willingness to act always in the interests of all, the greatest good of the greatest number, thus promoting world understanding and world unity? Or the way of selfishness and aggression, expressed in an intense nationalism, thus sacrificing the true and larger values of liberty, independence, and freedom to think? Well, when you see a mantra that's appeared before, America first, we have a problem. We had Deutschland über alles. We had a problem. We had this limited vision, which exalted the particular country, intense nationalism. Even the Japanese considered themselves a superior race, and just as the Germans did. It's always too easy to look at the part and think it is all you have to consider, and to have the patience and to have the discipline to embrace all the factors that are contributing to the condition of humanity. That takes an entirely different and more patient approach. Now, about this selfishness, DK says it may show itself through active aggression, as was the case with Hitler, or through an active neutrality. And there were countries that just didn't want to get involved, and they were so afraid of their own demise or their own reduction of wealth that they, in a way, made a deal with the devil, Those nations who participate in no way in this struggle will lose much, and enhancing their own selfish struggle and clouding the real issue in beautiful words, which can be done, will help to prolong the struggle, and hold back their own people from useful opportunity. Well, there were criticisms of that great country, India, with its tremendous population, and there were other neutral players who were in Europe who were providing financial services for the Germans, and therefore were not invaded, though they did not help the cause at all, the cause of the Allies. And of course, karma always is effective. I would point out here also that as in all families, business, and organizations, there are those who are the focal points of authority and the designers of the planned activities. So within that group or organized body, which goes by the name humanity, there are similar focal points, or those who plan, direct, and produce the outer happenings and events. So, well, okay, so far it looks reasonable. Let's see if I can get this. Focal points of power and planning. They are in the period of personality achievement, and it is a period through which all pass. That time in which human beings, having achieved integration and a blended expression of feeling and perception and mind, are actively and effectively working upon the physical plane. And when we look in the political arena, we see this everywhere. And even in the churches and in the financial arena, we see it. These focal points are used to bring about two major changes in the world. The first is the fusion and blending of peoples and minorities so that coordinated empires and cultural nations are appearing everywhere. And secondly, the changing of frontiers and the altering of boundaries so that a complete readjustment of the map of the world in Asia, Europe, and Africa can take place. So these are the active and powerful workers in the world, and not necessarily bad, maybe working to good effect at times. So we say working either to good or bad effect. So this fusion and blending of peoples and minorities, as in the melting pots of the United States and the United Kingdom, and even, the Soviet Union at the time, had many different ethnicities in it. Many different cultures subsumed under that union. The blending of peoples and minorities so that coordinated empires and cultural nations are appearing everywhere. And secondly, the changing of frontiers. The countries change their boundaries willingly and sometimes by force, and the altering of boundaries so that a complete readjustment of the map of the world of Asia, Europe, and Africa can take place. This is occurring even now as people are strenuously arguing issues of national boundaries. Einstein, I think, has said that, when you go up in a plane, or whatever you go up in, you just don't see all those lines that you see on a map. You just don't see them. And that's another one of those obvious facts, but we've managed with our mind to draw many artificial boundaries. And I think in a period of decentralization under the Aquarian impulse, that will be occurring less and less. And I think, Aquarius is the sign of circulation. So there certainly will come a time when circulation is possible and accepted as the norm. As DK said, it should be, but, we have to pass through certain purgations first, I think. It will be apparent to you that the three major methods or modes of producing these fusions can be noted. And by the way, these three countries about to be mentioned are those who, DK tells us, hold the fate of humanity in their hands. Great Britain, the United States of America, and the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics, the USSR, are working out a principle of federation, of relation, and of the fusion of bodies into concentrated wholes, responding to the same inspiration but employing their own specialized methods to bring about the desired ends. I suppose that under the avatar of synthesis, all would respond in the making of greater wholes. Now, there is still a Russian Federation. It may not be so tightly held as was the case. There's more autonomy in the federated nations in Russia, or I shouldn't call it Russia, but in that general area. And so often DK referred to Russia rather than the USSR. This is one of the places where he mentions the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics. But so often he simply speaks of Russia, and then it did come to pass that there was a breakup of the Soviet Union, but it still, I guess, remains many countries in a loose federation. He says, be not surprised by my including Russia in this triplicity. Now, remember how valuable, eventually, Russia became to the forces of light, even though their beginning dealings with the Nazis were full of selfish interest. They sacrificed greatly for the prevailing over Germany. And, Italy came along with it, By that time, the partisans had pretty well overthrown the fascist dictatorship. Italy was considered by no means as evil as Russia, or it was not possessed by the kinds of as Germany. It was not possessed by the kinds of malevolent forces that Germany was possessed by. I didn't mean to say Russia there. Italy and Germany. And then Japan met its own fate in a different way. So anyway, be not surprised that he's including Russia. Okay. Their ideology is fundamentally as sound as that in the other groups. But the difference lies in the factors of personality and the mode of applying the ideology. So he's looking for some kind of equality here between America, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Russian group, the USSR. The control of powerful and dangerous personalities and the use of methods of force and cruelty have been avoided in the first two groups of nations, and the reason is based upon the different source of the inspiration producing the effects. That is an intriguing statement. Another reason is to be found in the placing of power in the hands of those who are historically unprepared to rule, and of those whose past unfoldment has as yet brought them only to the nursery stage of evolution. So we have the problem of prematurity. Anyway, the two second-ray soul aggregations, United States of America and the United Kingdom, are more advanced or more, humane in their application of their ideology. And the seventh ray Russia, with its fanatical sixth-ray personality and the power of Leo on the personality level, has led to cruelty. Now, there were dangerous personalities there. Maybe Stalin and many of his henchmen were considered dangerous personalities. And we wonder what the reason is based upon the different source of the inspiration producing the effects. What are these sources? I don't think he elaborates on this. Sometimes we've looked at Stalin, and not seen a worker that's exactly aligned with the white lodge, nor with the black. Something, some gray area there. Still very selfish and dominating, but intelligent and not willing to submit to the Nazi imposition, not willing to give victory to the Nazis. It's quite an interesting story about Stalin and his first few days following the massive invasion of Russia by Germany. I guess he went into a panic and for days would disappear into alcohol, and but finally he regathered himself, and then there was the assertion of Russia, which turned out to be much more than the Germans had imagined as they listened to their own propaganda, the propaganda which negated any kind of value in the Slavic group. Of course, Stalin was a Georgian, interestingly enough, so he was not exactly of the Slavic group. He was closer to the Arabic group, at least in that part of the world where the Islamic groups had a very strong effect. Okay, well, anyway, we have to be careful about democracy, because when you place power in the hands of those who are completely unprepared, you get untoward results. I think we're seeing some of that in the United States at this time. He said in Cosmic Fire that he began to differentiate souls or lotuses that came from different planets, and some of them coming to the Earth were relatively undeveloped. And they would be found in certain countries that had less experience, maybe India, maybe China, maybe, certain other areas, but not generally in the Western democracies. But then he said, within the United States now, these types of souls have begun to enter. And I think they are largely conditioned by the sixth ray. It is soon going out of power, but they are primarily emotional and ideological and not filled with careful thought. And you see the result of it occurring even right now in this year 2019. Okay, nevertheless, in these three groups, there is much of interest to be noted. So DK is taking the positive point of view and seeing how these three collections, because that is what they are, either a collection of states or a collection of nations, as in the case of the USSR or at the time, and the United Kingdom at the time, or the British Empire as it has been called. One of them, Great Britain, represents a fusion, the foundations of which have been laid in a long historical past of preparation for government. It has a lot of the first ray. You think about the first ray center, London, being, in the midst of the United Kingdom and carrying that planetary first ray. Also, you think about Roman law and the fact that so many Britons are reincarnated Romans, we are told, even by the Tibetan. Another, that of the USA, represents a fusion which is unfolding and developing in the present, which is new in its experiments. Here's an Aquarian country. It's got Uranus powerful, and freedom and experimentation and the willingness to attempt the new are inherent in the American spirit, though employing factors from every nation in Europe, because it's a melting pot and now far more than Europe. The USSR, in its turn, represents a coming fusion or future synthesis. I think there was an aggregation under force of many countries within the USSR, but maybe not in all cases a willing aggregation. And later, when the wall came down and the Soviet Union broke up in a certain respect, many of those nations were only too happy to declare their independence from Russia. But maybe economic advantage reestablishes some of their connection, and today we do have a federation of a kind. In these three, you have an interesting and immediate expression of the three divine aspects, each of which inspires and colors the embryonic civilization. Great Britain expresses the will to power, but on account of age and experience, dearly bought. This is today mellowed by justice. There is London, ruled in part by Libra, and a strong seventh ray, and a growing understanding of human need. So it seems that Great Britain is the most experienced of all. This, in its turn, is the result of the control for many centuries in the past by the aristocracy with its paternalism, conservatism, and its method of slow adjustment. So although, right now, the United Kingdom is passing through crisis, still there is the future responsibility which it bears. Okay. So that's the first ray, obviously. And you take a look at the personality of the United Kingdom. It is the first ray. And England, as the strongest country gathered in that United Kingdom, is, I think, related to Aries and to the first ray as well. London, a first ray center, but the positive side, the constructive side of the first ray. So the United Kingdom has more of the first ray connected with it than either the United States or Russia, given the way the rays are distributed, at least the rays of which we are told. The USA expresses the will to love, which shows itself in an ability to absorb vastly divergent elements and yet to present equal opportunity to all. Yeah. Well, that's certainly the ideal, the Emma Lazarus poem, and give me you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. I don't know if I have all the words right, but you've heard it. It's just the opposite of the anti-immigration stance of the selfish. The USA was built through immigration, and now people want to, it's as if you're in a helicopter and you pull up the rope that might be able to bring more aboard in a rescue mission. The USA expresses the will to love, which shows itself in an ability to absorb vastly divergent elements and yet to present equal opportunity to all. This is brought about very largely because the control is, in this federation of states, in the hands of the bourgeoisie, with its financial goals, its power to determine living conditions, and its quick and sympathetic touch upon life. Quick. Its methods is not that of a slow adjustment, but of a quick assimilation. Now, I think we can see the reason for the slow adjustment in the United Kingdom in yet another way, that its personality is ruled by slow-moving Taurus, not quick to adapt or change its settled position, although flexibility is shown in its soul nature, ruled by Gemini. It is in that country, USA, that also the people are most sensitive to the influence of the hierarchy, and perhaps that is why in a way, the light goes forth from the USA. I light the way. Okay. The USSR expresses the will to create. It doesn't have the third ray and the rays that we've been told about. Of course, every nation has all the rays, but it's not the prominent one. But it has the seventh ray as the creator, and again Uranus as a ruler in the soul sphere. The USSR expresses the will to create and to produce new conditions and a new order. There it is, Uranus, seventh ray, planned and determined and foreseen. Centralized government, a planned government, it has those. This has been brought about through cruelty very often. There's your Leo power and the sixth ray. The sixth ray can be a very cruel ray in application. And by a willingness to compromise and to change or lower the original ideal, to be practical. That's seventh ray as well. This in its turn is brought about by the activity of the proletariat with its inability to govern. So, from the bourgeoisie to descend to the proletariat is a descent in the educational level and probably in the experience of the souls who are involved. So this in its turn is brought about by the activity of the proletariat with its inability to govern, its desire to retaliate. It's still somewhat the younger people within the human family, and I'm talking about the age of the soul, and its ignorance of tradition and of inherited procedure. But promise is shown in each of these groups, and DK is calling to our attention what that promise may be. The first, second, and third rays are involved generically. Now, since it's the externalization of the hierarchy and not of Shambhala, yet, although there are Shambhalic impacts which have been working, it is the United States, I suppose, which must play a leading role. And I've often remarked that the rays, soul ray and personality ray of the United States, are the same as those given in the destiny of the nations for the Christ, the second ray soul and the sixth ray personality. And I begin to wonder, does that have something to do with where the future headquarters of the Christ will be anchored once the hierarchy has externalized and is active and noticeable in a positive way. A most interesting experiment is therefore working out in these three groups of interrelated elements and differing national ideals. The USSR will eventually place its emphasis and direct its major interest upon Asia, bringing about great changes on that continent as far as the Pacific. The other, Great Britain, through its successful demonstration of the principle of federation, it still has this economic federation with certain countries who were members of the kingdom of Britain, we might say, the empire, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, other places, maybe India to an extent, although India is rising now in different ways. The other, Great Britain, through its successful demonstration of the principle of federation, can effect major changes in Europe. If there is an awakened insight, a true and sympathetic justice, and wise patience. Well, now we are in the days of the Brexit. Those of you who may be listening to this 10 years in advance, okay, this is the time when it appears that the United Kingdom is withdrawing from Europe, having been part of the European Union. Is this in line with the plan? I don't know if we can say definitively, but Master R, who is the regent of Europe, I don't think is looking for fragmentation and the possibility that other nations in Europe will as well assert their individualism above the good of the group, and you can already see this happening. The USA has a similar task to perform for the Americas, calling for statesmanship of a high order and a spirit of understanding. I'm not sure that this has occurred yet, but he is thinking in long-range terms. Interestingly, on the eve of the war, thinking in very long-range terms. These three nations, well, we can't really call them nations. They are in a way, but they are federations. He tells us, hold the fate of humanity, the progress of humanity, the future of humanity in their hands. Because they are experiments in relationship and in federation, and all three rays are generically represented. So it will be apparent to you, if you have rightly understood the above suggestions, that the Shambhala force is working through that community of federated nations called the British Empire. It was then, anyway, called that, and is expressing the will towards synthesis and the will to just and legal procedure. Now he becomes most specific about the contribution, and that it is the force of the hierarchy which can express itself increasingly through the United States of America for an intuitive recognition of subjective realities and a real sense of the higher values, can and frequently do control the impulses governing this group of federated states, and the will to be of humanity. Interesting. With its almost extravagant emphasis upon human values and the will to rule creatively is the contribution of the USSR, that great federation of republics. Of course, there has been, a fragmentation of that, at least under autocratic rule, but still, I think for economic and other purposes, the federation will remain. Thus, the influence of the three great world centers about which I have earlier written can be seen expressing itself through these groups of nations, obviously New York, London, and Geneva. So let me isolate these, as I have been doing here, as you can see through the colors. The colors, of course, don't mean anything right now. They just happen to be whatever I reach for, but at least they distinguish that which is said of one country or one grouping from another. And the will to be of humanity. Interesting. The will to be of humanity. Okay. Now, from the point of view of hierarchy, how is this going? How is the interplay between these federated groups proceeding today? And I would say there are many challenges. Maybe some 20 years ago, under perhaps more enlightened rulers or people in power, it was closer to the ideal. Now we have again descended in fear to more nationalistic positions. And that's too bad, but it won't be long, I think, before there is necessarily a corrective. Okay. Thus, the influence of the three great world centers about which I've earlier written in The Destiny of the Nations, I guess, can be seen expressing itself through these three groups of nations. We've seen Darjeeling and Tokyo are not yet active as they will be, not by any means, but New York, London, and Geneva are very active. And in this particular case, New York represents a sixth-ray planetary center, London a first-ray planetary center from the constructive aspect, the building aspect, and Geneva a major second-ray planetary center. And it's interesting that it tends to rule at least part of Europe and part of Russia. Okay, at the same time, the Shambhala force is active in all of them, for it produces federation and synthesis. So despite what their rays might be or not, the Shambhala force is active in these large aggregations, promoting the synthesis. And that's why when you see things beginning to fall apart, and there's a questioning, will the United States remain whole, or will it divide into 6 different economic regions, as was predicted by some Russian economist? Will the European Union remain whole, or will the different experiences and cultural tendencies of the different nations assert themselves and fragment the Union? What about the United Kingdom and its affiliated countries? Is it meant to be affiliated with Europe, or is it meant to be its own center with its former far-flung affiliations out there in other countries due to its restless Geminian travel and establishing of outposts in earlier centuries? That is quite a question, whether the United Kingdom is meant to be allied in a very intimate way with those nations which are under the Great Center of Geneva, or whether it is meant to be a center for other nations. But I think, what does it say here? It can bring something of value for Europe. Great Britain, through its successful demonstration of the principle of federation, can affect major changes. So it's meant to be certainly associated with Europe, and it is, in a way, part of Europe. If there is an awakened insight, a true sympathetic justice, and wise patience. So this Brexit that is currently occurring, it should not, if it does lead to the severing of some relationships with Europe, it's not meant to go too far, because the effect of Great Britain in Europe is predicted and desirable. Well, if only we could see behind the scenes as the masters can see. Meanwhile, we have to divine these things as best we can. So the Shambhala force is active in all these 3 very responsible centers. Its first great expression or demonstration of the spirit of fusion took place in the 18th and 19th centuries. Well, the impact of 1825, I'm not sure that we had a Shambhala impact before that time in the modern era, but there may have been a growing pressure from Shambhala. So it demonstrated the spirit of fusion in the 18th and 19th centuries. We can certainly see it in the 19th century, and led to the formation of such countries as Italy, out of many little city-states, and Germany, out of, again, many little city-states, which were created out of many smaller states, duchies, and kingdoms. Interesting. A history of the trend towards fusion in the modern world would prove a most illuminating study. It would be found that the first faint indications were felt around 1575. Now, isn't that when the second ray began to be active? I think if we turn to Esoteric Psychology 1, page 26, we're going to see whether this is the case. And yes, it's 1575. So bringing things together, the force that brings all things together, the force of Jupiter, the force of fusion. The faint indications were felt around 1575 AD as the second ray is coming in. This was due to the fact that permission for the inflow of this force was given when demanded at the Centennial Conference of the Hierarchy held in 1425. And I referred to this in my earlier writings, but unless I get to page 133 of Externalization of the Hierarchy, I'm not going to find it. So that's 133. Let's see how we do. And now I'll press this and see what are those earlier writings. The Treatise on White Magic, 401 to 433, and a Treatise on the Seven Rays, 170, Volume 1, 170 to 189. And these are the places where this has been found. Okay. So, I may have missed something. Yes, I did. I missed that. Not allowed. Okay, here we go. So, that is the reference that we need. Permission was given, but it was not a Shambhala impact, and yet the Shambhala force was inflowing ever since 1425. Well, here we are, when we reach, is it going to be 2325 for a 900-year cycle? Is it not so that in 1425 also there began a large third ray cycle? Is it not the case? I think so, but let's check it. Oh, that's not going to do. I have to come here to Volume 1. One day I'll be able to really navigate all this. But there it is, 1425, ray 3. 900 years, 2325. So we're still within that third ray cycle, and permission was asked for, even demanded, was given when demanded at the Centennial Conference. Okay. So we can see the effect of the Shambhala force, the gradual admission of the Shambhala force, even if we did not have what you would call the impact. The impacts were special and powerful and were given, occurred in certain years. Okay, well, I think we have now the end of the third hour, and I think we simply proceed as best we can. Yesterday I was able to do 5 of these in a row, over a period of time, but I'm not sure whether that can be done today. I'm trying very hard to get this out to you in a somewhat timely manner. It can take a long time, and there are many other more mundane things that have to be accomplished. So this here is the end of hour 3, approximately, but I'm just going to go on. In the second group of changing ideologies and of reaction to mass need, you will find France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, all of whom have altered their ancient policies, changed their forms of government, and reacted gradually and slowly to the Shambhala force. I guess if you look at the French Revolution, one has to somehow connect it with the Shambhala force, because the names of the lords of of liberation were shouted from the rooftops, liberty, equality, fraternity. Those are the names of the Lord associated with Aquarius, liberty, equality with Libra, and fraternity with Gemini. So, and, of course, then it was a real revolution and a brutal one, and it consumed its own, as a number of those who started the revolution became consumed by it. And it became a hotbed of competing personalities. Nevertheless, it made powerful changes. There was kind of a counter-revolution under Napoleon and his descendants, but then the real effect of the French Revolution could not be negated and emerged in the French attitude later, after the various kings or emperors or whatever they were faded away. So all of these countries have had changing ideologies and reaction to mass need, and I'm not acquainted with these specifics, but someone who wants to research this can do it. They have, however, reacted to that force through the medium of certain great and outstanding personalities. Now, notice when he says personalities, he's including the soul ray. I mean, what would a Hitler be if not for that first ray soul? A sixth ray personality wouldn't be enough. And he did say at one point, when he was still trying to maybe keep the peace, that Hitler had lifted a distressed people on his shoulders. It was a compliment which was soon to be abrogated when the true nature of the man emerged. I guess he was trying to prevent the ideological enemies of Germany from descending into hatred. Anyway, these countries, they have reacted to that force through the medium of certain great and outstanding personalities who were peculiarly sensitive to the will to power and the will to change, and who during the past 150 years, so let's take it then back to 1780 or 90, somewhere in there, when we're looking at when this was written, have altered the character of their national life and emphasized increasingly the wider human values. Okay. So, who may have been the great personalities in each of these countries? I cannot say with certainty, but certainly someone knows. Obviously, the French Revolution is strong, and then, well, we do have Bismarck, for Germany, although he was said to be an avatar of materialism. He certainly was the strongest figure of the 19th century, balancing Lincoln on the other side. And was it Garibaldi in Italy? As for Spain, I just don't know. But we have had Franco in recent years, and a war had been fought in Spain between his type of government and communist tendencies. As for Portugal, I don't know at all. So anyway, the men who inspired the initiating French Revolution, because it got the whole ball rolling, and it was under, we might say, shortly after the discovery of Uranus. And that is really, I think, very interesting, because it seems that we have, it seems that the planets play their role, even as Neptune did in the 19th century and Pluto in the 20th century. Certainly there were aspects of the Second World War which were deeply Plutonic in a horrific sense. And the idealism that was found in the 19th century, when many artists of the visual arts and music were sent in ahead of their time under Neptune, I think, to try to forestall this Martian attitude of blood and iron, which Bismarck represented. You know, he was an Aries, and he responded to the Martian vibration. He had Leo on the ascendant and the moon in Capricorn, all the first ray signs in the sun, moon, and ascendant place. Okay, so he is included, and this is a place where this is exactly the place, I didn't know it was coming, that where DK is trying to give a fair break to people who were later named as associated with the Black Lodge in a most destructive manner. So the great, the men who inspired the initiating French Revolution, you know, there were many, maybe Robespierre, who was consumed by the revolution himself, was one of the foremost. The great conqueror, Napoleon, you know the story there with Beethoven being strongly first ray and fourth ray. He was writing the heroic symphony, his third symphony, and dedicating it to Napoleon. But when he found Napoleon operating in an autocratic manner, a selfish manner, he tore up that dedication to him. Bismarck, the creator of a nation. Well, that much could be said, and more was said later about him balancing Lincoln. Bismarck, the avatar of materialism, however that might be understood, but certainly it was a conflict between Mars and the Earth. The Earth is more sacred than Mars, and we've had an attack of Mars quite strongly coming from that German and Austro-Hungarian group. Mussolini, the regenerator of his people. Well, you know, later the assessment was quite other than that. Hitler, who lifted a distressed people upon his shoulders. They had not recovered from the defeat in the First World War, and their governments were very unstable. So maybe there were a few years where some kind of lifting occurred. Lenin, the idealist, probably first and sixth ray. Stalin and Franco, about whom not much positive is said, are all expressions of the Shambhala force and of certain little understood energies. These have wrought significant changes in their day and generation and altered the face of Europe, incidentally affecting Asia and conditioning attitudes and policies in America. So, you know, I'll put them with that good red color, hoping that everything is visible, even though it's darker. Well, the representatives of Shambhala are little understood, and those upon the first ray are so often hated and misunderstood, he tells us. When you look at this group, it does not seem to include the first ray people that he deeply, deeply respects, such as Roosevelt, such as Ataturk, and maybe, you know, to an extent Churchill, although more is said about Roosevelt than Churchill. The real leaders among humanity of the forces of light are not here, but those people who cause great problems eventually are here. There, I guess, was just a degeneration into nationalism. I mean, we have Lenin, maybe he was the most idealistic of all, and perhaps it is said of him, I remember a story, it was interesting. He loved music, and he found he just couldn't listen to the great classical music because it would fill him with such a great feeling for humanity and so forth, that he said something to the effect of not being able to be a good revolutionary. So that tells us a story about what it takes to apply the first ray in the revolutionary context, and how those, if you listen to the choral part of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, it's very hard to go out there and find your enemy when the affirmation there in the most stirring music is that all men are brothers. Anyway, these are little understood energies, the Shambhala force and certain little understood energies, and I wouldn't be surprised if Pluto is ranked among them. Aries, Pluto, Shambhala. It's a very first ray triangle, and it initiates the new and brings death to the old. Okay. So I have read some sections of this book, but I just don't know when they're coming, that's all. My memory is triggered, and then I see a few sentences later that the very thing that I've been talking about is coming up. The results, even when dangerous and terrible, yes, and they have been, but not as terrible as they would show themselves to be, at least in the 20th century, in the years following 1939, when this piece was written. The results, even when dangerous and terrible, have developed two vital characteristics in humanity. One has been the widespread development of the discriminating faculty, the fourth subplane of the mental plane. Discrimination is there found, really meaning the discrimination between soul and personality, but perhaps, we can also look at it as between different types of values, ethically more sound or ethically less sound. Anyway, seeing with clarity. And secondly, a tendency to dispersion. It's a very Uranian tendency in a way, with its consequences of diffusing civilized and cultural values and the diverse gifts of many people to the world soul. So the spreading of culture through forced migrations and evacuations and so forth. We hear about that happening in earlier days along the trade routes, but it certainly has been accelerated by the war. And people can come to understand each other more immediately, which is really necessary. And that's one of the reasons that DK tells us that passports and visas have to be done away with, so people can meet each other and understand each other and recognize their common humanity. The drift of people to the colonies from Great Britain, okay, and other sources. The drift of people from every nation in Europe to America. It's almost like a great Uranian rearrangement, a rearrangement of the pattern, And maybe that's why Uranus rules migrations and displacements, so that new patterns can be created. Always with Uranus, it is a question of approximating the archetype. The archetype exists on the high planes of the monad and the logoic plane. And Jupiter rules one, and Uranus has much to do with the other. The ultimate archetypes for the cosmic physical plane will be found on the logoic plane, which is ruled by Leo, but Uranus is the veiled hierarchical ruler of Leo. So the drift of people to the colonies from Great Britain, maybe into India, and other places where Britain extended itself, the drift of people from every nation in Europe to America, and not only from Europe now, of course, to America, north and south. The Portuguese certainly went to South America and were the basis of implanting Western civilization there, and Brazil, the largest country and of South America, and maybe the fourth largest country in the world, something like that, has the Portuguese language and to an extent the culture, mixed of course with the culture of those people related to the original South American inhabitants. The dispersal of people within national boundaries as the result of war and expediency, such as the evacuation of cities, has brought about today the removal of people out of Italy and of groups of people within Russia. I'm wondering what he means by the removal of people out of Italy. We do know that it was pretty easy to be banished to Siberia in Russia if you were thought to be a revolutionary, but there were great immigrations, or is it emigrations? Anyway, their immigrants traveled from Russia to the United States in many places. The constant moving onward of the wandering Jews indicate a breaking down upon a worldwide scale of all outer boundaries and the institution of a process of blending and amalgamation such as the world has never seen before. All right, well, here he articulates it looks like the advantages of migration and the mixing and the blending as a result of the migration, so that he says, really, there's no pure race in the world anymore. The very thing that Germany was trying to emphasize. But I think if they just opened their eyes to the people who were their nationals, they would see there may have been certain, Teutonic types, but the great majority didn't look anything like that ideal which was held before the people. Anyway, there's been great migration, and of course there's been much immigration that has occurred in relation to Australia and probably New Zealand. I'm sure they're very watchful about who comes. It seems to be the case today, but there are so many different national types that have settled in Australia. For instance, when I've been in Australia, I've noticed this, that not just English types, but or those from the UK, but from other European nations. Well, that's part of the great second ray British Empire, and the second ray has a more welcoming attitude, I would say. Okay, so all of this is going on, and was going on even at the time the Tibetan wrote about it. It constitutes an educational system of untold value, leading as it does to the constant necessity to readjust viewpoints, to change modes of living, to intermarriage and so-called illicit relations. Even now, many of those illicit relations are based superficially upon religious differences and not upon racial differences at all. And, well, such prohibitions cannot last, and they are not lasting. They're being broken down. So when people encounter people of diverse cultures and civilizations, they learn about the others and find, amidst all the differences, the necessary points of commonality. The outer change is producing an inner synthesis and outer dispersion. That makes sense, because we are recognizing the one humanity in all of this dispersion, and cleavages are working out interiorly in closer relations and a more tolerant spirit of understanding. So, before, well, we've all seen, stories. I guess I reference the films quite a bit, but I recall, a film from a long time ago where it was in the Southern penal system, prisoners and so forth, and somehow a black man and a white man who really hated each other were chained together, cuffed together, and so their fate was identical, and they both escaped from the chain gang together. Now, as a result of that, they had to work out many, many things, and by the end of the movie, they were fast friends, such that the one or other was sacrificing on behalf of the other. It was touching. But when we are put together, our common humanity so often really does emerge. And this is why the movement towards universality, and we can call it unity, oneness, whatever, will be a major theme in the Aquarian age. And already you see many movements. Many movements in this direction. And I think, the United States holds great potential to demonstrate this once we pass beyond these artificial and hateful divisions which put in ultimate authority the white male in the attempt to preserve their age-old prerogatives. They commit many sins against unity and diversity. And I think the time is now with us where that will be overcome. Okay. The power to consider, to choose, to think, and to discriminate is rapidly developing among all classes, everywhere. Universal education, widespread education, facilitated by technologies which even a few short years ago we did not have. And if it was happening then when the Tibetan was writing 80 years ago, look how it's happening now. The presentation of many changing circumstances and the many points of view and theories of government and of religion, it forces one to think. And I think of the United States and its Gemini personality and how difficult and warring that can be, how conflicted. At the same time, it is a sign which presents many different points of view and forces people to think. So all of these points of view, they grow naturally out of new contacts and the rapid presentation of events, even more rapid now, through the medium of the press and the radio. As a matter of fact, we're inundated by information, and we have to be careful we don't become addicted to the onslaught of information, undigested, registered but undigested, and its meaning not really fathomed. But anyway, everything the Tibetan was pointing to in those early days, those factors have multiplied tremendously, and things are much more intense now in certain ways than they were then. Well, we don't have a world war to deal with, but on the psychological level, we have a world battle between the reactionary point of view and the progressive point of view. And, of course, so many people who are reactionaries don't realize they are. And they are basically afraid, and they fight against progressivism. But when you think about what this civilization is going to be like in another 400 or 500 years, we might as well move on, because we have no notion. And if we're afraid of, excuse me, sorry, if we're afraid of just little changes, then how will it be when the amazing changes accompanying the wonders of the New Age come along? So, we have to relax and I think at the same time increase our point of tension, become less tense and more intense in terms of a point of tension and accept the possible new rather than dig in and look for permanency in some dogma or some religious doctrine. That is death itself to consciousness, considering the nature of the infinite God. Okay. It is this that is of importance from the standpoint of evolution and the growth of the world consciousness. The physical plane happenings are incidental and of no permanent, lasting power. So these powers developing in the consciousness of humanity are important. The independence of the mind, the ability to think for oneself and not be swept up by massive thought forms which basically are a form of illusion. Of course, the trouble is people don't even recognize that it's happening. I've seen the effect of demagogues upon masses of people. They lose their sanity. I mean, you go back to Hitlerian times, and maybe this was the greatest example of it all, and you see the roar of the crowd when the man speaks, and it's a united emotional response. And these days you see similar things, not as extreme. Who knows if it could be extreme, ever, as extreme as that. You saw it with Mussolini, you saw it with Hitler. I can't speak about Japan, I just don't know. But we see it in minor dictators today, and how the people who are emotionally polarized are swept into affirming almost every word or idea the dictator spouts. And it's oftentimes filled with an inducement to resentment and anger, allowing anger and resentment to emerge. This is happening in the United States with its, according to the Tibetan, its latent fascism. Okay, so these things are of importance, and all the many changes, points of view, they do stimulate the mind of the human being and eventually make it far more independent and less likely to be swayed by sheer emotionalism. We have to think things through. There are so many people right now in the United States that are not thinking things through at all. They are just swept by anger and resentment and the feeling that the advantages of being American have somehow passed them by, and they will be great again. Well, if it weren't so dangerous, it would be amusing. The physical plane events and precipitations are carried forward and made possible through focal points of energy who are the world dictators, the world statesmen, and the outstanding human beings in all lands, as well as by groups who are actively working in every country for their own ends, or, as is more often the case, under the influence of some group ideal or wisdom, plus personal ambition, plus will to power, and personal aggrandizement. Well, I guess I was on the subject, wasn't I? It has to be very much, this is the year 2019, as I say, if you get this far in listening to the book, I don't know what year it will be for you, but you can look back and know more than I know now. The latent fascism within the United States is having an opportunity to blossom, and we have parades of neo-Nazis, and we have groups of young, energetic, violent, unthinking people who want to preserve their white racial purity against all other races. So we have the great conflict between the peoples before the centennial conclave of the hierarchy. Even hierarchy doesn't know how it will work out or what humanity will choose. Hierarchy knows some things that will happen, as I pointed out in just an earlier program here, but they don't, they're not really saying, because the free will of humanity cannot be infringed. Well, but the emergence of the dictators, call them presidents, okay, but they are in effect dictators, and they are narcissistically in love with their own ways of doing things and with themselves, a limited version of themselves. And it's not just in the U.S. We find this in some European countries and South American countries. It's their time, and they're coming up as the fears of the people arise, the fears on the threshold of something new and better. That is the way it is. When the possibility of change occurs, fear rises along with it. So anyway, we call these people dictators, demagogues, inspired leaders, or just and wise men. The range of good and evil is here, according to our peculiar ideology, tradition, attitudes to our fellow men, and our particular political, economic, and religious training. This is what we call these people. And there are so many examples of them now, and we have to watch them as they attempt to wrest from others the exercise of the will through political power and the power to have a voice. They want to grasp that all for themselves and be unopposed. And maybe in everyone there is this dictator hiding. I remember I once had a kind of a interview or discussion with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who was so active in the death and dying field. And I guess she was much, I think she was a Jew, and much affected by the whole Nazi phenomenon. And she said that inside everyone is a little Hitler. This was her analysis of human nature. But all these leaders are simply human beings, and like other men, idealistic, mistaken, lovers of their country, egotists or egoists, impressionable, foolish, cunning, powerful, the whole gamut, focused on some goal or ambition, with clear vision and at the same time myopic reactions, cruel or wise, as the case may be, but in the last analysis, highly developed personalities under the will of the soul. Now, you can't really have a highly developed personality unless the soul has been active in producing it. It doesn't mean that soul qualities will always be made manifest, but a highly developed personality is the result very much of soul effort and soul supervision and soul cultivation. So all of these, we just look around for them, and they seize power and they believe in themselves, and they think nothing of taking from others their proper voice. The voice of the people matters not to them. Their own voice matters. They are being used to engineer great and needed changes and to alter the face of civilization. The wrong methods employed and the evil things done are the fault of humanity as a whole and of the habits of thought that have made mankind selfish and cruel and caused this great and universal spirit of the will to change to manifest so powerfully and cruelly. So let's just say the blame here is placed upon humanity as a whole. So the Tibetan is realistic. In all of these great and needed changes, many cruelties do occur. I'm thinking of Stalin's socialist idealism, and I'm thinking of how many people among the wealthy peasantry, maybe in the Ukraine and other places, he wiped out through collectivism and cruel theft of their produce, so that they were left to starve, basically, and all in the name of the higher ideal. When I look at Stalin's chart, of course, one sees the influence of Scorpio, which I think was his rising sign, but he seems to be on the cusp between Sagittarius, that idealistic sign, 29 degrees maybe, and Capricorn. He looks Capricorn, and he was so cagey that he just didn't really let out his time of birth. I think he wanted to keep that secret, which attests to the Scorpio part. But I did notice one very interesting thing. He had the planet Pluto, which would be the ruler of his ascendant, on a certain fixed star, which is called Algol, the head of Medusa, and the phrase frequently associated with Algol is piled up corpses. So, he was an agent of death to many, many. And when you look at all that Stalin was responsible for killing through his policies, and Mao through his policies, it really does outstrip what Hitler did. Though the evil that obsessed Hitler was far greater than that which might have influenced at any point Stalin or Mao. Well, these disciples of Shambhala, they just don't care about the death of the form. The idea, or maybe ideal, is what counts, and they're willing to sacrifice much. The Cultural Revolution in China was brutal, and millions were killed, if the accounts are correct. Of course, coming out of China, we don't know the true facts and figures. But it was the attempt to mobilize all the young people to reinforce the idealism of Mao. He had to have had a tremendous sixth ray as well as first ray. And he was a great leader in a certain sense, but so many people were sacrificed in the names of the ideal that he had. So along the sixth-ray, first-ray line, there can be a lot of cruelty. So anyway, he says, blame not the personalities involved or the men who produce these events before which we stand today bewildered and appalled. Now, the Tibetan is always looking for a fair point of view. They are only the product of the past and the victims of the present. That's an interesting statement. DK did point out the selfish past of so many of those gathered in that small group around Hitler. And probably when you look at the leaders of the KGB like Beria, and those that Stalin trusted, if he ever trusted anyone, there is an evil past, selfish past. It seems unavoidable assessment. But okay, he says, blame them not. They are products of the past and victims of the present. At the same time, they are agents of destiny. And whenever you speak of a term like destiny, it is monadic in nature. It has to do with the spirit, the idea of monadic destiny and the destiny of the human race. It moves things forward along the line of driving forward, progress onward, driving forward through space. Sometimes moving forward is undertaken at a great cost. At the same time, they are the agents of destiny, the creators of the new order, and the initiators of the new civilization. They are the destroyers of that which must be destroyed before humanity can go forward along the lighted way. Well, destruction and creation go hand in hand, and usually the first-ray disciples have to come in before the builders and creators come in. Blame yourselves, therefore, for what is today transpiring, and seek not to evade responsibility by placing it upon the shoulders of spectacular men or any statesman, dictator, or upon any group. This is a wise counsel and chastening, wouldn't you say? Look not to one person or to one group of persons and accuse them of causing the present world condition. Look not also to any one person or group to bring liberation or to find a solution to the world problem. That is for humanity itself to do. Humanity must take action and will do so when the right time comes. To recognize joint responsibility, joint mistakes, ancient errors of judgment, wrong attitudes and habits of thought, worldwide selfish purpose and intent, a universal spirit of aggression which, down the ages, has influenced first one nation and then another, the tendency last century to crystallize and become static, the Pax Victoriana, the great peace of Queen Victoria, but an immobile condition that had to be broken up. The reactionary forces on every hand, these are universal qualities, and no nation and no race is free of guilt or has entirely clean hands. So this is here follows a chastening rebuke to all of us. We cannot simply blame the spectacular people. They are the embodiment of the personality of humanity. Blame rather the personality of humanity to which we have all contributed, not only positively, but according to this, in a negative manner. We have created, all of us share in having created these circumstances. Also, no one national group is purely wrong and evil or purely good and unselfish. There are mixed motives everywhere: nationalism, aggression, selfishness, and cruelty in all countries. uh, face a desire for world understanding, peaceful relations, and an unselfish and beneficent spirit also in all countries. So this is the wise and balanced point of view, which in the heat of reaction to ideals that we detest, we forget. But there's a tendency, of course, for nations to project upon others. And these groups following the demagogues, they certainly are not distinguished by self-understanding. They project so much upon the others. Their own unseen negativity is put upon the others. Mixed motives everywhere. Nationalism, aggression, selfishness, cruelty in all countries. Face also a desire for world understanding, peaceful relations, and unselfish beneficent spirit. Also in all countries, we are a divided kingdom, and we have not yet tipped the balance entirely toward the forces of light. The forces of light find their adherents and their workers in every country, though some are subjected to greater handicaps in expression than others. I'm remembering now that DK said it would soon be the case regarding Nazi Germany at the time and in the war, when no disciple of the forces of light could be born within such a context. Now, I don't know if that's literally true, but obviously there was some kind of wall, some kind of inhibition which prevented the entry of the people who really represented the Great White Lodge. So also do the forces of materialism. They find their adherents everywhere. And in between these two great groups stand the masses, waiting for the emergence of fresh opportunity and new revelations. Now, even though this is 1939, don't we think that this applies to our present circumstances? Right now, we have other groups emerging. Can we say that the oligarchs, those who rule by wealth and the power which wealth gives, are allied to the forces of materialism? Well, yes, in a way, but maybe some of them, being extremely wealthy, are extremely generous as well. We have Bill and Melinda Gates, for instance, and all of the groups that they sponsor. And if I'm right, I know these are passing names and maybe won't mean anything in some years, but Warren Buffett is another one who has made billions and is generous in his own way. And so there are many philanthropic types who control large sums of money. Are they necessarily, because they control large sums of money, allied with the forces of materialism? Well, that's going to be worked out. In the United States right now, the moral issue is rising. Has any individual the right to amass so much for himself, to become truly a billionaire, while others around are starving? And that is, I think, a legitimate question, in the billionaires, and they are increasing in their number. Is there a true care for those who have so little? And it's easy to find the pictures and the videos of those who live in circumstances that we would find in our Western way of living appalling. You just look at the people who gain their sustenance on garbage heaps. All the disease, all the wounds, all the rot. It's horrible. And such is the divide. Such is the inherent selfishness of man, which can be overcome but may kill us all, if this kind of selfishness and its divisions the divisions which it promotes are sustained. We need leaders who demonstrate unselfishness. I know this is all very topical in what's going on now, but for the first time, just recently, within a day or two, the Pope gave a mass for the first time in Arabian countries. Now, someone engineered that. That's an amazing event. And he arrived in some humble little car, maybe put out by the maker Kia, and it was called Soul. He arrived in a car called Soul. The name of the car is Soul. And in a humble way, it's a lesson. It certainly impressed me amidst all the grandeur. DK has said, well, Christ would not recognize what his church has become, all of the pomp and circumstance and grandeur. And here, some of the popes see this. I mean, excuse me for referencing films. I think there was with Anthony Quinn, something called The Feet of the Fisherman. It was about John the 23rd and his inherent humility. Maybe it was, from 50 years ago, referencing a life that was lived 50 years ago. But a man who had an innate humility and just a human being and was not caught up in the pomp and the circumstance of the papacy. So big adjustments are needed, adjustments which will bring things into proper proportion. And the self-aggrandizement of egoism, it's got to go. It's just a stage. And whether it applies to the individual or applies to a group or nations, the tower will fall. We have a president who delights in the idea of the tower, but in the tarot, the tower has its fate. And there's no way to become a true disciple, as we must by the end of the fifth petal unfoldment, an initiate of the first degree, without somewhere the tower falling in the process of the fifth petal. So, let's see what else, a little bit more perhaps. It is the universality of these conditions and the clear-cut issues that have made this period one of planetary opportunity and planetary initiation. And this is 1939. What did he say by the end of the century? There would be millions who had taken the first initiation. Initiation is essentially a moving out from under ancient controls into the control of more spiritual and increasingly higher values. Initiation is an expansion of consciousness, which leads to a growing recognition of inner realities. It is equally the recognition of a renewed sense of the need for change and the wise engineering of these needed changes so that real progress can be made. Beautiful ideas. The consciousness is expanded and becomes more generously and divinely inclusive, and there is a fresh and more potent control by the soul as it assumes increasingly the direction of the life of the individual, of the nation, and of the world. These are beautiful thoughts, and you can kind of see, how wonderful it was to have Alice Bailey and the Tibetan work together, both being prominently Gemini in their nature, at least this is so for Alice Bailey, and we seem to think that when we look at the Tibetan, Gemini is very important, and this facility with language, So beautiful things are said here in beautiful English, and let's just say I'm going to put down here the definitions of initiation. Moving out from ancient controls, higher values taking their place, recognizing inner realities, recognizing the need for change and wisely moving forward to these changes so that real progress can be made, and inclusiveness becomes natural, and generosity of consciousness in displayed through the inclusive mentality, Jupiter involved here, and soul control. This is just beautiful. And if we can remember such things and live them, we are in the right attitude and can be useful to the divine plan. So, well, look, friends, this is the end, not really, of hour 4. And, I almost don't dare go beyond a 5th hour. Why? Because, you might end up having to download a file that is more than a gigabyte. I mean, it is possible, of course. And I can transmit quite a few gigabytes to you. But, it's quite daunting to deal with the programs of this length. But at the same time, it's easy in your video program to simply move the cursor to where you left off last time in terms of time. And you can keep record of that. You'll have your own thoughts about these things. I'm just sharing with you what comes to me. And, it's much less than what the Tibetan has included and is implied in what he's written. But it is a response from my understanding, and hopefully it may stimulate yours. And if you use any of this in study group form, then maybe, discussions can arise. He's given us so much magnificent material, as he says, more than we can ever absorb. And it can promote the real activation of our minds so that we become truly thinking disciples and can affect that next group which we must touch, and he calls it the intelligentsia. We have to make our bridge to the intelligentsia, which tends to disbelieve many of these things, but when a reasonable point of view can be presented, under the guide of reason and logic, then acceptance can come. And when more and more of the intelligentsia accepts these factors, the whole consciousness of humanity will begin its up-leavening process, the rising process. So I'll just take a little break here and then get on to number 5, the 5th hour. Okay. Okay, hi. Well, I think I can go on a little more. I will be, I know, interrupted by a necessary telephone call, and I'll do my best to make it a seamless segue. So this will be the last part of this program. It's going to be a 5-hour program, but I say there are ways to deal with that do not hurt. Okay, friends, continuing, I guess that call is not going to come, so that's good. Okay, we begin by looking here at all these wonderful definitions of initiation. Excellent, really, and illuminating. And now we continue. In the last analysis, and from the standpoint of the hierarchy, the present conflict between the personality of humanity, expressing the material values as the dominating factor in life experience, and the soul of humanity expressing the spiritual values as the dominating factor in human affairs, is identical with the conflict which takes place in a human being's consciousness when he reached the stage of discipleship and is faced with the problem of the pairs of opposites. Now, some of us may find ourselves fighting this out, Some of us may find ourselves having been temporarily defeated, or having maybe won through somehow after many years. Each person can place himself or herself. But there is a great analogy between what we all go through in one life or another. And remember, this ongoing battle is not easily resolved, because even the rich young man, the third-degree initiate, went sadly away. Even though he wanted to share the contents of his causal body, it wasn't enough. So another of the pairs of opposites presented him with a conflict. Either follow the Christ in the way of the spiritual triad, or follow your own accumulations in the transpersonal life within the egoic lotus. And at the time, and probably not now, but at that time, he couldn't bring himself to make that relinquishment that is necessitated in the fourth initiation. I'm sure it is a severe choice. So this conflict, the Tibetan says, is expressed in many ways according to the point of view and the background of thought. It can be called the conflict between the Christ and the Antichrist, but not as those who usually employ those phrases understand them. That's interesting, though, to consider the personality from one perspective. Whoa. This is not what I expected. All right. Let's see where we are here. I think it's very interesting to consider the personality as the Antichrist, the elemental nature of the personality. Obviously, this is not understood by a lot of people, and they imagine some satanic or devil figure as the Antichrist. But it's philosophically deeper than that, and psychologically and physiologically deeper than the usual estimations of what is the Antichrist. So there is a conflict, and we are in the middle of it even now. No one nation is expressive of the spirit of Antichrist, just as no one nation expresses, I suppose entirely, the spirit of Christ. Christ and Antichrist are the dualities of spirituality and materialism, both in the individual and in humanity as a whole. This is really somehow an important contrast, and I think a very esoteric and sophisticated way of understanding the nature of the Antichrist. Or, you can speak of God and the devil with the same basic implications. Now, the idea is that there is a satanic element to the personality, and it is Martian in nature, and it involves the 666, the beast, The devil, the beast, the 666, the Antichrist, all of these are, from one perspective, equivalent. For what is man himself but an expression of divinity? In a material form, that's God. In a material form, the devil. Okay. And what is matter but the medium through which divinity must eventually manifest in all its glory? But when that takes place, matter will no longer be the controlling factor, but simply a medium of expression, and maybe we can say that Satan or the devil will be bound for 1,000 years. The binding of the devil, the binding of the material nature of man, and its enforced subservience to the soul nature, its infusion, its permeation by the soul nature, these are our objectives. So I think we have a much more sane way of considering these words than the rather exaggerated and sort of horrific ways of considering them, melodramatic, horrific, like a horror film. It's something different. It's something related to old Adam. We all have our elemental nature. And in time, we learn what to do with it. It's part of our redemptive task here on this planet as monads who have descended on a pilgrimage. We descend into matter, and we descend in a way into the realm of the devil, but not as some kind of occult and mysterious figure who is the enemy of God. All of that is a kind of a symbolic presentation, and if people believe in it literally, there are problems. There are evil personalities. There are leaders of the Black Lodge in the West and in the East, 12 altogether. We have been told, and we've also told, it's fruitless to speculate about these characters, and also, as well, dangerous. The battle is therefore on between the form side of life and the soul. Every day in the news you can see this happening. I mean, if the devil or Satan or whatever is the father of lies, he's having a field day in these post-truth times. It seems that more lies are being spewed forth at this time, at least maybe publicly, than ever before, and there are some characters who are responsible for that attitude. They don't have a good grounding in reality. I was reading that they are guilty of what's called magical thinking. Well, maybe magical thinking applies well to a true magician, but not to an ordinary human being. The dweller on the threshold of divinity, my brothers, it's not the dweller at the gates of hell. I heard a wonderful coloratura presentation, unbelievable voice. I can't remember the name of the soprano, but she sang what seems to be impossible to sing, and it was about standing there at the gates of, was it Inverno or something that indicated the hell regions. But her voice was heavenly. The dweller on the threshold of divinity, my brothers, is humanity itself, and with its ancient habits of thought, its selfishness and greed, humanity today stands face to face with the angel of the presence, the soul whose nature is love and light and inclusive understanding. So, really, there is a face-off occurring now. And if Christ is successful, he will bring, and is bringing, no doubt, through his influence, the sword of discrimination. And we will know what is of the dweller and what is of the angel. And we, the disciple between, have to make the choice. The great problem today is which of these two will emerge as the victor out of the conflict. Remember, 1939, this is being written. And which of these two great agencies of life will determine humanity's future and indicate the way which humanity will decide to go? We can only, hope, and still the issue is not decided, that humanity chooses the angel during the age of Aquarius. The thought of once again living according to the compulsions of the dweller are depressing. or is depressing. That thought is depressing. And hopefully somehow, even though humanity is on its own, it will respond to the guidance which hierarchy is giving and make the correct choice. Even now in the electorates, choices are being made, which point either to the angel or the dweller. The issues at stake are clear to all right-thinking people. Intolerance and an intense national pride and self-satisfaction can blind men to the facts of the case today. But there are enough people thinking clearly to make the future of right decision more probable than at any other time in the history of the race. And this is encouraging. Now, 80 years ago, written, how does it stand with us now? Obviously, in those days, the choice had not been made. If 3 years later, hierarchy was preparing to withdraw, it shows the choice had not been made and only a divine intervention, which albeit was invoked in perhaps an inchoate manner by the masses, did save the day. The fate of this planet is very important in the development of the solar logos. It must reach either the fourth or the fifth initiation in this particular solar system. And the base of the spine center is important in both of them, but especially important in the fifth initiation, which will open the door to the sixth initiation in the next solar system, that solar system being the sixth. Well, we have plenty of time. We have millions and millions of years. Maybe we even have trillions of years. It depends on whether the chronology is correct. We're halfway through our solar system now, or through the incarnation of our solar logos, and that takes some 311 trillion, 40 billion years, and halfway through may give us, something like 150 trillion years to go. Can these figures be correct? Are we talking about life on the interior planes? Because on the outer plane, it seems the solar system cannot last that long. So many things we don't know. But we know if we're on the right course, and we know if we're trusting the right teachers. And we know whether we obey the indications or do not obey, and whether we take advantage of the possibilities or refuse to do so. That much we know. Let's start a new section. Preparation for world goodwill. World goodwill, of course, is a major part of the work of the Lucis Trust, one of the service activities, and yes, vitally important. Has it done its work as it should? Well, there's always more that can be done. The principle of goodwill is an extremely powerful factor, and more of it has to be spread. And of course, it could be spread if people were allowed to meet each other in unexpected ways, across borders, across boundaries, and understand their commonality with others. The causes of the present war are ancient, millions of years probably here. This historical sequence of the predisposing factors can be clearly traced in the exoteric records of all nations, as well as in the esoteric records of the hierarchy. Of course, for us, there are many, many lapses and blank spaces in the tracing, but not so for the hierarchy. The inherent human qualities which have led to the development of the present war are well known. Pride and greed, the sense of superiority, the sense of acquisitiveness, materialism in general. All who are conscious of and observers of the war within their own natures, indeed, between personality selfishness and the selflessness of the soul, are aware of the implications and the correspondences. It's always important to keep the law of analogy close at hand, because then through right generalization we can understand something of the larger picture from the smaller, or the smaller picture from the larger. Where then lies the solution? What must be done to arrest the fires of hate and aggression, of revenge and fear? And all of these still operative today. We have only to go to the Middle East, well, not confined to that area of the world, but many places. India, Pakistan. Generally, I don't think I can single out any one nation, but there are areas that are filled with these kinds of emotions, and they're often promoted by religious difference and religious intolerance arising from that difference. What must be done to arrest the fires of hate and aggression, of revenge and fear? What also must be done to prepare for that time when the rebuilding of the world of men and the inauguration of the new and better civilization arrives? That's the task of forward-looking people, among them the esotericists of the world. With this we might now briefly deal. As regards the active participation in the work to be done in preparing the world for the expression of goodwill, there is little to be done of an active exoteric nature at this time. There it is, 1939, remember. The war is about to precipitate through the invasion by Germany of Poland. It is necessary to wait with patience and see what is going to happen and along what lines the activity of the nations will run. But there is very much to be done of an esoteric and a preparatory nature, and it is this which I seek to impress upon your minds. Up to date, and in spite of appearances, the forces of light are victorious and definitely holding things steady. Now, remember, in a few short years, the amazing fact is presented to us that the hierarchy of light was preparing to withdraw, believing that mankind would go down to defeat. So things can change rapidly in a short time. But at this point, the forces of light are victorious and holding things steady. It is for this reason that nothing has yet quenched the spirit of goodwill and of sympathetic understanding which exists among the peoples of all nations, not excluding Germany. Now, gradually there was a culling out of those who represented the Christ force and the energy of goodwill. The revival of the ancient Germanic gods meant that Christianity as presented had to be eradicated, and of course Judaism. They wanted nothing to do with the Judeo-Christian heritage and made, in fact, Jesus into a kind of Teuton. He couldn't possibly have been Jewish, they said. This has been the outstanding, significant characteristic of the present conflict. There has been goodwill. There is little hate or vindictiveness to be found, maybe outside Germany, I don't know, or the Axis powers, and this fact constitutes the difference between this war and the last, in 1914. This section I have often read, and he's saying, that the spirit of hatred was far less present up to that time, at least 1939. Now later, this hatred in Germany was definitely fostered, and it intensified and became consolidated into what has been called the final solution, the eradication of Jewry and other undesirables, Untermenschen, people of inferior grade and so forth. And if you just read Der Stürmer, I forget what his name is, probably for good reason. I can find it, but the editor of that pamphlet or newspaper, quite a vicious man. Well, yes, unfortunately, even before I would find it in the books, I found it in my mind. It was Julius Streicher. And this was a vicious man, and responsible even for promoting a more virulent form of anti-Semitism, and I suppose also directed against all the other undesirables, than Hitler had imagined. But under the influence of Streicher, it became a virulent force. Anyway, and with much hatred, but at least at the time the Tibetan is writing, and considering the attitude of the other nations, there is less of this hatred. And this lessening of hatred indicates a triumph, says the Tibetan, of the forces of light, and in it lies the hope of the future. After all, any kind of hatred against Germany did not last very long, and the United States and other Western nations sought to see the economic and psychological revival of Germany. I suppose there were selfish reasons too, to stave off the Soviet threat and so forth, but Germany returned rapidly to its place among the nations. And today, although there are recrudescences of Nazism here and there, it is considered illegal. The far right is moving, but the strength of the anti-Nazi point of view is considerable. And they have contributed greatly, to the relations between European nations. So, in an atmosphere of virulent hatred of other countries against Germany, maybe that would not have happened. Okay, now in this lessening of hatred lies the hope of the future. It is here, however, that the time factor must be considered, for a prolonged war may cause a change in this desirable attitude, and much drastic experience may produce deep psychological and unavoidable changes in human thought and action. Now, the war turned out to be maybe twice as long as the Tibetan anticipated when he said it would end in 1942. Esoterically, it did end in a sense. The outcome at that point, at the end of 42, beginning of 43, became certain. And, it was just a relentless onslaught from the East and the West in that two-front war which Germany had originated. So, it's possible for people to become so war-weary that they lose many abilities, and the psychological damage becomes impossible to offset. So he says this must be consciously offset. It has not yet occurred, but it could happen. And if it does, much pain, terror, fearful anticipation, suffering, and the agony entailed by the sight of suffering might eventually turn this goodwill into a dynamic spirit of hate and revenge unless it is definitely and consciously offset. Well, we can judge whether that is what happened, I mean, this was, a deliberate attack by the dark forces upon humanity. And, you can wonder, well, it's all old hat now. It's all old. Why do we bother speaking of it? Because, we may be in the midst of a 3-phase war. And this is the second phase of it we're talking about. Was it really the last phase? That's the question. Even now, we can feel the forces of hatred and materialism influencing many dynamic leaders, and the spirit of the people turns to fear and revenge and isolation. It is possible that we haven't seen the last of these dire happenings. So he warns against this, and the war did last longer, apparently, than was anticipated here. Groups who are adhering to the principles of the forces of light, who are bending every effort to end the spirit of aggression and to rid the world of the focal points for material influence, such as the Hitlers and the Mussolinis and other, groups, the National Socialist Party and so forth. To rid the world of focal points for material influence and power must yet carry forward the task of binding men and women of every nation together in a spirit of loving understanding. And, in his book, The Problems of Humanity, it's a very interesting chapter about the psychological rehabilitation of the nations. Well, to some extent, they have been rehabilitated, but they have not walked too far away from the danger line or the cliff. You can see this arising in certain autocratic tendencies in Europe at the present time. To seize power and create a dictatorship, it seems the way that some people feel it is best to function. Anyway, they must interpret nation to nation in terms of brotherhood and the new world order. Now, mind you, this is being written on the eve of the real precipitation of the war. As a matter of fact, if it's not at the beginning of September, if it wasn't being written in August, it's being written at a time when that precipitation had occurred. And those are pitiful documentaries to see. The Polish cavalry against, I don't know if it was the Tiger tanks at those times, but the German tanks. It was pitiful to see. Now, can we go forward and carry forward this task of binding men and women into this spirit of loving understanding, and nations must be interpreted to nations in terms of brotherhood? He sounds here such a positive note, perhaps anticipating that the war would be of relatively short order, and it might be possible to enter into these desirable attitudes reasonably soon. Anyway, he says, this is no easy thing to do at this time. The astral or emotional bodies of human beings, which constitute the astral body of humanity as a whole, are today in a state of chaos and are swept by ancient desires, ancient and deep-seated selfish attitudes, and by ancient hatreds. And yet apparently not, as he saw it, as severe examples of hatred as existed in the first phase of the war that we call, World War I. But in war, all kinds of things come to the surface. and many people were suffering in this way. There were safe nations. I'm remembering, because I was just a child at the time, born in 1943, and my relatives, were all Jewish, and the stories came across the water of all of the abuse and mistreatment. But I do remember a party. I think I was 2 years old, and it was the celebration of the end of the war. And I just remember the words, hearing it, "Around and around Hitler's grave, around and around we go." I don't remember anything else. I was just 2. But I could not register. Was there fear? Was there hatred? What was there? But I did register it later, when my grandmother and all the old ladies got around the kitchen table and talked about the war in hushed tones. And when I would come around, they would stop talking, and I would leave the room and they would start talking again, rehashing the loss of relatives and terrible things that had been revealed as the war came to an end. Maybe no one knew entirely about the concentration camps, and of course, which affected many kinds of people, not just the Jewish group. So what was the state of the astral body then? Was it filled with resentment and revenge, or maybe just horror and disbelief? I was too young to know exactly at that point, but read more about it later and, was horrified by what I read. Well, as the Tibetan is writing here, the astral body of humanity is in a state of chaos and swept by ancient desires, ancient and deep-seated selfish attitudes, and by ancient hatreds. Sometimes when people came back to the homes they had been forced to abandon in the war, either because they were taken into concentration camps or whatever, they came back, and others had taken over their homes, and they were murdered just for approaching their own property as if they had a right to them. So deep-seated selfish attitudes and ancient hatreds. One does not want to see humanity in that condition. And if we, who know so little, are repulsed by such an attitude, one can only imagine how the Christ sees it, and with what determination he is resolved to wash away the sins of the world. The task is also complicated by the activity of the mental processes of man, which are characterized by pronounced and developed delusions, by separative attitudes, and by specious arguments, everywhere specious arguments. But there are at the same time enough people in the world who are responsive to the spirit of goodwill, of tolerant understanding, and animated by a desire for permanent right human relations. Sometimes we read of people, let's just say Muslims and Christians, who before the fanatics came into the picture got along just fine in their neighborhoods. But then when the intolerant firebrands began to speak their intolerant voices, all that changed, and division took the place of agreeable neighborly relationship. And it's just too bad, because what we see is the members of humanity in general are not extremists and are not filled with hate and resentment and have, in general, the attitude of goodwill and reasonable tolerance. But then under the demagogic leadership of the haters, they can change too. I've earlier suggested to you that it should be possible to have at a later date a worldwide recognition of a day of forgetfulness, of forgiveness, and fulfillment of the biblical injunction to forget the things which lie behind and to press forward into the new age, the new relationships, and the new civilizations. I don't know, has this ever been attempted? I don't know, but it would be something to really think about and to possibly engineer, now that we have the possibility of worldwide attendance through the net. I suppose it's so daunting, I consider it daunting that I don't know what individual or group could or would undertake to impulse this. Where was this suggested? What page do we have here? Page 139 in, let's call it the Externalization of the Hierarchy, 139, and let's see where he did suggest this. Somewhere here. Here it is. Esoteric Psychology, Volume 2, page 647. Let's put that down here. Okay, we'll put it down right here. And right. So we'll know, because these books were written in the mid-30s, and, the psychology books, early and mid-30s, and I think we need to ponder on this, A day of forgetfulness, of forgiveness, and of fulfillment of the biblical injunction to forget the things which lie behind and to press forward into the new age. I wonder, or the high calling which is in Christ, as St. Paul voiced it. I wonder, if we're guilty of that sin where that which lies ahead cannot be imagined as being better than that which is and has been. And yet Master Moria assures us that every step into the future is better than the past. But maybe we don't believe it. Maybe we are still attached by our resentments to things which are evanescent when it comes to the immortality and the eternity of the consciousness. I guess only by being, I sometimes think, and filled with infinite potential and identifying oneself as such, is a day of forgetfulness and forgiveness possible. And is it possible to press forward and forget the things which lie behind, press forward towards the high calling which is in Christ? Well, let's think about that, It could be done. And I don't know, by the time some of you reach this page, if anybody ever does, will it have been done? Will it have been done? For that time, we can all begin to plan and to work for that psychological moment wherein this idea can be presented. Probably there is a right timing for the presentation of such a radical approach, and yet one that to the hierarchy makes great sense, because they know the nature of life and we do not. It will come immediately after the cessation of hostilities. Did it come? But today and in every land where possible, the people must be educated in this expression of human synthesis and human interrelation. There is but one humanity, there is but one kingdom of humanity on our solar system, rather in our planet, let's just say, although the kingdoms are solar systemically pervasive. They're found everywhere. So we do have the human kingdom on our particular planet, but there are human kingdoms, maybe of different evolutionary grade and form and rays on every planet. The humans on Venus have already achieved, we are told, and the different names are offered for them. It involves, however, an emphasizing of the values to which I have referred earlier in this article. This is humanity's joint responsibility because of humanity's general mistakes to emphasize these new and higher values and the ancient wrong attitudes and controls. All have sinned, he tells us. All have sinned grievously in the past. And when you look at the secret doctrine and the history of the giants, you see how easy it would be to fall into what we now consider to be a sin against the spiritual possibilities of man. So everybody is responsible here. It involves consequently a stepping down from the position of critics and assigners of responsibility to that of a joint shouldering of the stupendous task of changing present conditions and of instituting those reversals of policy which will make a united world order possible and beautiful. Joint responsibility. Well, obviously, we're being presented with the ideal, and I personally don't know whether this day of forgetfulness, forgiveness, and fulfillment has ever really occurred. But maybe it has occurred. Many have read these words. Maybe they've done something. It could be done even on a community basis. It could be done on a national basis. And then the question of the application of the principle to all of humanity. So all this is no easy task. It is one which calls all men and women of goodwill in the world today and challenges them to prepare whilst the conflict is on for what can be done when it's over. Well, certainly the Tibetan has offered great potentials. But in, following the war, he was writing the problems of humanity, and he was writing in his introduction to the first version of the problems of humanity, and he was writing of potentially dire things and the precipitation of war that would end all possibility for the present human race. And then later, as I said, Foster Bailey, being in contact with him, was assured by him, so Bailey said, that there would be no future war of that kind. Well, let us see. I have given much in the past which can provide a platform of objectives and of methods. Nothing that I've outlined is now abrogated. Only fulfillment is postponed because of the war. There was a postponing. The Christ, in fact, was to have appeared before the end of the 20th century. That had to be postponed. For several critical years, it lay in the hands of the spiritually minded men of the world, in the hands of the churches in all lands and of the men of goodwill and of the world aspirants, so to work that the present conflict could have been avoided. And we're in such a period now where we try to keep this seething conflict of ideologies on the psycho-mental level, We try to have this battle work out in the realm of thought and decision based upon thought. But the Spirit of Christ was lost in clerical organization. Emphasis has been laid upon technical theology. The spirit of goodwill was not expressed dynamically and practically, but theoretically and negatively. The aspirants of the world had no true sense of values, but were content to give a little time to the spiritual life and to other people, but much time was lost in individual personal aims. The spirit of inertia settled down upon the better inclined and upon the more understanding people. Nothing that we could do served to arouse them to powerful action or to sacrifice personal temporary values to the lasting and universal values. The individual remained more important to himself than did the good of the whole. Well, what is this? This is, whoops, no, I see what the problem is. All right, so, and let's make that, as usual, in this color blue, and let's just say about this that there follows an indictment, if that's the way you spell that. There follows an indictment of why the Second World War actually precipitated, and we can learn from it today, that the spirit of the Christ must not be lost in clerical organization and in technical theology, and the goodwill must be expressed between the groups dynamically and practically, and a true sense of values and the right apportionment of time must be given, and personal goals and objectives must be set aside when they are strictly personal. A spirit of dynamic cooperation must take the place of inertia, and the hierarchy must be attended to. So when Master DK says, I beg of you, do this, I beg of you, he's not wasting his words. The individual remained more important to himself than did the good of the whole, and this exactly is a paragraph which explains to everyone why the precipitation took place. Why did it take place when it was hoped that it need not take place? But then, be not overly over-distressed, my brothers. You are not alone in this, but part of a vast number, if that is to you any real satisfaction. Well, we're on the verge here of the precipitation of World War II, and there were certain critical years in the 30s when the energy of goodwill in the second ray rose to a climax, and maybe much could have been done, but people's sense of priorities just wasn't there. And is the sense of priorities better now? Because it is a dangerous situation, and it's hard to forget what Master DK said in the introduction to the first edition of Problems of Humanity. He forecast dire events, dire happenings, unless humanity could really get it together and care about the most important things. And now here we are 6 years from the great conclave, and are we caring about the most important things? So everybody has to, I know, maybe, some listeners, if you get this far, maybe the conclave will have passed already. I don't know. But for those who venture into it and reach this point in the analysis, where there are a few years left before the conclave, it really calls for giving what we have. Esoterically, I suppose it's our strongest way to oversee, suggest, prompt, induce, the unification of humanity in the spirit of goodwill. Okay, but a renewed opportunity lies in front of you, and it is of a practical nature, falling into definite spheres of work and of planned activity. You are asked, first of all, to prepare for the great opportunity which will come at the close of this conflict. I guess, as DK saw it, humanity was not going down at that point. So how horrible it must have been in late 42. But by the time the sun moved northwards, we're told the war had been won esoterically. And it was just a question of working it out on the physical plane. Probably hundreds of thousands still died, and many horrific things happened in the working out of karma, but esoterically the war was won, and the power of nuclear energy in the form of bombs, yes, fell then into the hands of the representatives of the forces of light. I don't see a reason now to go on, because we're going to be talking about what should be done. And I think that would make a good, we're on page 141, that would make a good continuing, a place of continuation. It's like living through this period to read these things, and then to read of the deeper understanding which we must have as these kinds of precipitations are occurring. So if I can go back to, I realize that to give you a program with 5 hours is expecting a lot. I know that. But it's either that at this time, or maybe not being able to do it at all. So from 122 to 141, it's 19 pages. It's a long book, and I'll just apply myself as best I can, and the eras will change, as we get closer to the modern time, and the war is over. DK will have different kinds of things to say, and will really speak about the opportunity that is before us, or was before those who were living at that time. Okay, I don't know what happened here, but it's page 141, and I'm not sure how we do this. So this is going to be the beginning of program 14, and I'm just going to not go backwards because that will be unfortunate, and I'll just say, okay, here we are. This is the end of program 13. And it took us from page 122 to 141. And we'll plow ahead. Now we've done about, from where I started, some 80 pages. And today has been the 5th of February. We're right in the heart of the energy of Aquarius at the present time. We can see how groups are indeed responding. They are. And mobilizing for the festival week of the new group of world servers, which is active in this year. End of program 13, 122 to 141. And this is, the date is the 5th. Okay. And we're beginning 14, externalization, 141, to whatever we manage really to do. Well, friends, it's quite a trip through the 20th century. Some of the earlier essays come in quite a bit before this. We're in the year 1939. Dire things are happening within humanity for reasons which we, students of esotericism, understand more clearly all the time. And the causes of that war, that second part of the Great War, are still with us. And humanity, a great majority, is still emotionally focused and maybe monastically responsive, but is not thinking with the mind held steady in the light and refuses to see the whole picture and somehow chooses the part rather than the whole. Now, we who have an expansive vision because of our studies, more expansive anyway, not expansive compared to, what the masters and Master DK have, but we have something. We have to introduce a larger perspective, one in which people can begin to think for themselves about the true values and live more according to the true values. So let us simply move forward the best we can, understanding as best we can, and applying what we learn from these essays about World War II and its aftermath to the present internal war, which is occurring, and trying to decide what type of values humanity will really follow. The promptings of the forces of darkness are with us all the time, and many powerful people are succumbing to them. And the thoughtless people, who are strictly emotionally polarized, are the victim of demagogues everywhere. And how can we weigh in such a way that we counterbalance this tendency to revert into the realm of elemental life, into the realm of the material and the personal? What can we do? Well, certainly we can inform ourselves of the issues and be more and more acutely aware of these issues and share with others our perspective. These are days when lies are rife, everywhere to be found, and people are bewildered, and illusion captures the minds of many. We cannot allow that to prevail. Somehow we must, through meditative esoteric means and through other means, be of sufficient strength that we counteract this falsification of the truth. So onward we go, and my hope is that tomorrow on the 6th, is it the 6th, that I will be able to continue this section dealing with the opportunity that lies before us at the close of the conflict as Master DK foresees it. Thank you, everybody. Lots of love, many blessings, and courage and strength and persistence and all those good things that I wish for myself too and for all of you. All the best. See you then. Bye-bye.